Turns out my brother shouldn't have laughed when he said I'd never amount to anything. I'm a 64-year-old mechanic who spent the better part of 4 decades under the hoods of cars in a cramped, oil-stained shop on the edge of town. My older brother Daniel, 67, has been the golden child since we were kids. He went into business, wore expensive suits, lived in a house 3 times the size of mine, had the perfect family photos on his office wall. Me? I had grease under my fingernails and a 1-bedroom apartment above my shop. Growing up, Daniel made sure I knew where I stood. He'd tell me I'd never amount to anything, usually while laughing like it was some kind of inside joke only he understood. Our parents loved us both, I think, but they definitely respected him more. He had the degree, the connections, the charm that made people listen when he talked. I had a toolbox and a dream of maybe, one day, owning my own place outright. The real problems started when our parents died. Mom went first in 2019, then Dad followed 6 months later in early 2020. Daniel was the executor of the estate, which made sense at the time since he was supposed to be the business-minded one. I figured we'd split everything down the middle like normal families do. That's not what happened. Daniel called me into his office about a month after Dad's funeral. The whole place screamed money. Leather chairs, dark wood desk, those diplomas and awards covering the walls. He had me sit down across from him like I was there for a job interview, then told me I wasn't getting my share of the inheritance. Not directly, anyway. He said I didn't really need it, that I'd just wasted on car parts and tools I'd never use. He was doing me a favor by investing my portion properly, he said. I'd thank him later. I sat there, trying to process what he'd just told me. We were talking about maybe $300,000 total, so my half would have been enough to pay off my shop, maybe upgrade some equipment, actually have a cushion for once in my life. But Daniel had already made up his mind. He talked about it like it was settled, like he was explaining something obvious to a child. I didn't have money to hire a lawyer. I was still grieving and barely keeping my business afloat. The idea of fighting my own brother in court while dealing with everything else felt impossible. So I let it go. I told myself it didn't matter, that I'd rebuild on my own terms, that I didn't need his help or his charity or whatever he wanted to call stealing my inheritance. And I did rebuild. It took years. I worked 70-hour weeks, took every job that came through the door, lived on ramen and coffee to save money. I paid off my shop slowly, built up a customer base of people who actually respected what I did. It wasn't glamorous, but it was mine, earned through my own work. Daniel, meanwhile, kept expanding. New business ventures, investments, partnerships with people whose names showed up in the business section of the newspaper. Every Christmas, I'd get a card with a photo of his family in front of their lake house, or on some vacation I couldn't afford. Never an apology. Never even an acknowledgement that he'd taken what was rightfully mine. That went on for 5 years. Then 3 months ago, everything changed. I was closing up shop on a Thursday evening when Daniel's Mercedes pulled into my lot. That alone was weird. He hadn't visited my shop in at least 15 years. When he got out of the car, I could tell immediately something was wrong. His suit looked wrinkled, his face was thinner, and he didn't have that usual confident way of walking that made everyone move out of his way. He asked if I had a minute to talk. We went inside, and he just stood there, looking around my shop like he'd never seen it before. The whole thing felt off. Then he told me he needed a favor. His company had gone under. Bad investments, he said, though he didn't go into details. There were creditors coming after him, lawyers getting involved, assets being frozen. He needed to move some equipment somewhere safe, somewhere off the books, just temporarily until things settled down. He thought of me, he said. My shop had that back bay I barely used. Nobody would think to look there, just for a few weeks, maybe a month, and then he'd move everything out once the dust settled. I just stared at him. This man who'd spent my entire life making me feel worthless, who'd stolen my inheritance and convinced himself it was for my own good, who'd never once offered to help me when I was struggling to keep my business alive, and now here he was, asking me to help him hide assets from his creditors. I asked him what was in it for me. He actually laughed at that, the same condescending laugh from when we were kids. He said family helps family, like that meant something coming from him. But I told him yes. I said he could store his equipment in my back bay, that I'd keep it safe, that nobody would know it was there. The relief on his face was almost pathetic. He shook my hand like we were business partners and said he'd have everything delivered by the weekend. Saturday morning, a truck showed up with 3 huge pieces of industrial equipment. CNC machines, probably worth 200 grand combined, plus boxes of smaller tools and electronics. Daniel supervised the whole thing himself, making sure everything was positioned exactly where he wanted it. Before he left, he clapped me on the shoulder and told me he wouldn't forget this. I told him I wouldn't forget it either. That Monday morning, I called the county fraud investigation office. I told them my brother had stored equipment on my property that I believed he was hiding from creditors in an active bankruptcy case. I gave them his name, his company name, photos of the equipment, serial numbers, everything they needed. I said I was happy to cooperate fully with any investigation. They showed up Wednesday with a warrant. 2 men and a woman, all professional and thorough, photographing everything and documenting serial numbers. I stood there answering their questions. Yes, he was my brother. Yes, he'd asked me to store this. Yes, he'd told me it was temporary while his business situation got sorted out. I explained that after he left, I'd thought about it and looked up some information about bankruptcy fraud online. Something didn't sit right with me, so I called them. They loaded everything onto a truck and drove away. All of Daniel's expensive equipment, his desperate attempt to salvage something from his collapsed empire, gone. I watched them leave and felt absolutely nothing. 4 hours later, my phone rang. Daniel was screaming so loud I had to hold it away from my ear. Daniel was screaming about what I'd done, about how they'd seized everything, about how they were saying he'd committed fraud. His voice cracked when he yelled that it was all because of me. I just told him calmly that I'd reported what I saw, equipment being hidden from creditors. It seemed like the right thing to do. He lost it even more after that, started yelling about how he'd trusted me, how he'd come to me for help, how I'd betrayed him. I corrected him on that. I told him he'd come to me to help him commit a crime, and I just didn't help him commit it. There's a difference between those two things, even if he couldn't see it. He went on about how he was going to be charged, how there could be criminal charges, how he might go to prison. I let him rant for another minute or so. Then I told him I was just taking responsibility for my choices, and he was taking responsibility for his. Wasn't that what he'd always taught me? That actions have consequences? That you have to be accountable? The line went quiet for a moment. Then he said I was a son of a bitch, that I'd done this because of the inheritance. I didn't deny it exactly. I told him I did it because it was the legal thing to do, but yeah, there was some irony in him coming to me for help after he'd stolen what was rightfully mine. I asked him where family helping family was when Mom and Dad died. He actually tried to defend himself, said he didn't steal anything, that he'd managed that money better than I ever could have. So I pointed out that he'd managed it right into his own pocket, and then he'd managed his business right into the ground. Maybe I wasn't the failure he'd always said I was. Maybe I was just the one who knew how to build something that lasted. He hung up on me after that. The next few weeks were apparently chaos for him. I heard through extended family that the investigation kept expanding. They found more hidden assets, more shady dealings. His bankruptcy case turned into a fraud case. His lawyers were scrambling. His wife was furious. His kids stopped speaking to him. I just went back to work fixing cars. My life didn't change at all. I had the same customers coming in, the same routine, the same quiet evenings in my apartment above the shop. The only difference was that now I'd occasionally get phone calls from family members. The first one was our cousin Patricia. She started off diplomatic, asking how I was doing, making small talk about the weather and her grandkids. Then she got to the real reason she'd called. She said Daniel was in real trouble and the family was worried about him. Some people were saying I could have handled things differently. I told her I handled it legally. She said she knew that, but he was my brother. Didn't I think I'd gone too far? I asked her if Daniel had gone too far when he took my inheritance, when he justified stealing from me because he thought I was too stupid to use money properly. Was that him going too far? She sighed and said that was years ago, that this was different. I asked her how it was different. She didn't have an answer for that and got off the phone pretty quickly after. More calls came over the next month. Daniel's wife Linda called me crying, begging me to tell the investigators it was all a misunderstanding. I told her I couldn't do that because it wasn't a misunderstanding. Daniel had explicitly told me he was hiding the equipment from creditors. Those were his actual words. She called me heartless and hung up. Daniel's oldest son, Michael, sent me a long email about forgiveness and family values, about how holding grudges only hurts yourself in the end, about how his dad had made mistakes but didn't deserve to have his life destroyed. I read the whole thing and didn't respond. What was I supposed to say? That his dad had spent decades destroying my life in smaller, quieter ways. My Aunt Teresa called too. She was less diplomatic than Patricia had been. She told me straight up that I should be ashamed of myself, that our parents would be disappointed in me, that family is supposed to protect each other and not destroy each other. I asked her where this energy was when Daniel destroyed me, when he took everything Mom and Dad left me and pretended he was doing me a favor. She said that was ancient history. I pointed out it was 5 years ago, and I was still living with the consequences of his choices. Now he got to live with the consequences of his. She told me I'd become bitter and cruel. I didn't argue with her. Maybe she was right. I honestly didn't know anymore and didn't have the energy to figure it out. The investigation kept moving forward. I heard through the family grapevine that Daniel was looking at possible jail time, though his lawyers were trying to work out some kind of plea deal. His house was being sold to pay back creditors. His wife was apparently talking to divorce lawyers. His perfect life was coming apart, piece by piece. My life still hadn't changed. I was still fixing cars, still living above my shop, still had grease under my fingernails most days. But I owned my business outright. I paid my bills on time. I slept fine at night. That was more than Daniel could say anymore. About a week ago, Daniel showed up at my shop again. It was late, well after I'd closed up for the night. I was upstairs when I heard a car pull into the lot and looked out the window. His Mercedes, just sitting there with the engine running. He didn't get out or knock on the door or anything, just sat there. I went downstairs and walked out to the parking lot, stood a few feet from his car door and waited. We stared at each other for a long moment through the window. He rolled it down and told me he hoped I was happy, that I'd gotten my revenge. I told him this wasn't revenge. Revenge would have been me taking everything from him the way he took everything from me. This was just me refusing to be his accomplice. He said that was a bullshit distinction and I knew it. Maybe he was right. Maybe it wasn't. I honestly wasn't sure and told him so. But then I said something I'd been thinking about for weeks. I told him he'd spent his whole life saying I'd never amount to anything, that I was the disappointment, the failure, the one who couldn't hack it in the real world. And when his real world fell apart, He came running to the failure for help. I asked him what that said about him. He didn't answer. He just stared at me for another minute, then put the car in reverse and drove away. I haven't heard from him since. The family fallout has been ongoing since then. I've gotten more calls, more emails, more messages from people I haven't talked to in years suddenly having opinions about my choices. The family's basically split down the middle at this point. There's a small group that thinks I did the right thing. My cousin Jake called to tell me he'd always thought Daniel was an arrogant prick and that it was about time someone held him accountable. My Uncle Ron, Dad's younger brother, sent me a text saying he respected what I did, even if he couldn't say so publicly because of family politics. A few others have reached out quietly to say they understood, even if they couldn't support me openly. But most of the family thinks I went too far. They keep using the same words: compassion, forgiveness, family loyalty. They say blood is thicker than water, that I should have been the bigger person, that two wrongs don't make a right. All those cliches people pull out when they want you to let someone hurt you without consequences. My Aunt Teresa has apparently been leading the charge against me. She's been calling other family members, organizing this narrative that I'm vindictive and cruel, that I destroyed Daniel's life over something that happened years ago. She conveniently leaves out the part where Daniel stole $300,000 from me. But that's how these things go. Daniel's daughter Sarah called me last week. She's around 35, always been sweet, and I felt bad when I saw her name on my phone because I knew this wasn't going to be a pleasant conversation. She was crying before she even said hello. She told me her dad had always talked about me with respect, that he'd told her I was good with my hands and built my business from nothing. She asked why I hated him so much that I'd want to destroy him. I didn't know how to explain it to her. How do you tell someone that their father spent decades making you feel worthless? That the respect he showed in private conversations was just him feeling superior because he thought I couldn't touch him? I ended up just telling her I didn't hate him. I just wasn't going to help him break the law. She didn't understand the distinction and eventually hung up. The legal situation is still playing out. Last I heard from Patricia, who seems to have appointed herself the family information hub, Daniel's lawyers managed to negotiate a plea deal. He's going to plead guilty to some reduced charges, pay massive fines, and probably get probation instead of jail time. His business is completely gone, liquidated to pay back creditors and cover legal fees. The house sold last month. Linda filed for divorce 2 weeks ago. Daniel's apparently living in a rental apartment now, working as a consultant for some former business associate who felt bad for him, making probably a tenth of what he used to make. Patricia told me all this like she expected me to feel guilty, to realize what I'd done to him. I don't feel guilty. I keep waiting for it to hit me, this wave of remorse or regret, but it hasn't come. Maybe it will eventually. Maybe I really am bitter and cruel like Aunt Teresa says. But right now, all I feel is this quiet sense of equilibrium, like the universe finally balanced itself out. My life still hasn't changed much. I'm still in my shop every day, still fixing the same types of problems, still going home to my small apartment at night. The difference is that now when I lie down, I don't think about Daniel living in luxury off my inheritance. I don't think about him laughing at me for being a mechanic while he wore $1,000 suits bought with money that should have been half mine. I've been thinking a lot about what compassion actually means. Everyone keeps telling me I should have shown Daniel compassion, but nobody can explain what that would have looked like in practice. Was I supposed to help him hide his assets? Become complicit in fraud? Let him use my shop to cheat his creditors while I remembered all the times he cheated me? Or maybe compassion was supposed to look like me just turning him away, refusing to get involved at all. But even that felt wrong. If I'd turned him away and he'd found somewhere else to hide his equipment, he'd still be committing fraud. He'd just be doing it without consequences. Is it compassionate to let someone keep hurting other people? I keep coming back to this question of where their compassion was when I needed it. When I was working myself to exhaustion trying to keep my business alive. When I was eating ramen for dinner because I couldn't afford anything else. When I was sleeping in a garage in winter because I couldn't afford to heat my apartment properly. Daniel knew all of that was happening. The whole family knew. Nobody called asking if I needed help. Nobody offered to loan me money, or connect me with better clients, or do anything at all. But now that Daniel's struggling, suddenly everyone cares about compassion and family loyalty. It feels less like they actually care about those values, and more like they're scared of what it means if I'm right. If someone like Daniel, someone who did everything correctly, according to society's standards, can end up broke and disgraced, then maybe none of them are as secure as they think they are. Last night I was closing up shop and found myself thinking about Dad, wondering what he'd think about all this. He was a quiet man, worked in a factory for 40 years, never had much but never complained. I think he was disappointed that I didn't go to college like Daniel, but he never said it out loud. He'd come by the shop sometimes, watch me work, nod approvingly when I did something well. I wonder if he knew what Daniel was going to do with the inheritance. If he'd known, would he have done something different? Set up the will differently? Or did he trust Daniel because Daniel was successful? Because Daniel wore the suit and spoke the language of business and seemed like he had everything figured out? I'll never know the answer to that. What I do know is that I'm not the person everyone thought I'd be. I didn't amount to nothing like Daniel predicted. I built something real and honest, even if it's small. Even if it doesn't come with a fancy office or a lake house or Christmas cards that make other people jealous. The family situation isn't resolved. I don't think it will be anytime soon. Some people will probably never forgive me for what I did. Some of Daniel's kids might never speak to me again. The family reunions, if they even still happen, are going to be awkward as hell. But I'm okay with that. I've spent most of my life being the disappointment anyway. At least now I'm the disappointment who didn't help his brother commit fraud. There's something to be said for that. I still don't know if I did the right thing. Some days I think I did. Some days I wonder if I just wanted revenge and found a legal way to get it. Most days I think it's probably both, and I've made my peace with that. Maybe my son should have thought twice before calling my art worthless junk in front of everyone. I'm 66 years old, retired from teaching art at the local high school about 5 years ago, and I spend most of my days now in my small home studio painting and sculpting. My son Derek is 35, works as a real estate agent, and has always been the type to care way too much about what other people think. Success to him means expensive cars, designer clothes, and making sure everyone knows how well he's doing. He's made it pretty obvious over the years that he thinks my art is a waste of time. Not in a cruel way necessarily, just in that dismissive way where he'll change the subject whenever I bring it up, or make little comments about how I should find a real hobby now that I'm retired. I should mention that Derek and I used to be close when he was younger. I was the parent who showed up to every soccer game, helped with every school project, paid for his college education out of my teacher's salary and some money I'd inherited from my parents. His father and I divorced when Derek was 12, and I think that changed things between us. He started gravitating toward his dad's worldview, this idea that practical matters and financial success are the only things that really count in life. Anyway, last year for Derek's birthday in March, I decided to make him something special. I'd been working on my painting more seriously since retirement, really dedicating time to it, and I wanted to create something meaningful for him. I spent 3 months on this hand-painted cityscape of his childhood hometown. Every detail mattered to me. The corner store where we'd get ice cream on summer evenings, the elementary school playground, the main street with the old theater that's been there since the 50s. I painted the view from the hill behind our old house, the one where you could see the whole town spread out below. I remembered taking him up there when he was 7 and him saying it looked like a toy town. I tried to capture that feeling, that childhood wonder of seeing your whole world laid out in front of you. The painting took me months because I kept going back and adjusting things, making sure the light was right, that the colors matched my memories, and hopefully his. I had it professionally framed, spent extra on museum-quality glass. The whole thing probably cost me $300 by the time I was done, not counting the hours of work. His birthday party was at his house, this beautiful, modern place he'd bought in the nice part of town. He'd invited about 30 people, mostly colleagues from his real estate office, some old friends, his wife's family. I got there early to help set up, brought the painting wrapped in brown paper and tied with string. I was actually nervous, which feels stupid now, but I really thought he'd love it. We did dinner first, catered from some expensive place downtown. Then it was time for gifts. People had brought the usual stuff: gift cards, bottles of wine, a fancy watch from his wife. When he got to my present, I told him to be careful unwrapping it. He pulled off the paper and just stared at it for a second. Then he laughed. Not a polite chuckle, but this actual laugh, and he held it up for everyone to see. "Nice, Mom. Maybe I'll hang it in the basement," he said, and the whole room laughed with him. His wife had this frozen smile on her face. A few people made those sympathetic eye contact moments with me, but mostly everyone just went along with it like it was a funny joke. I smiled and nodded like it was fine, like I was in on the joke. Inside, I wanted to leave immediately, just walk out and go home. But I stayed for another 2 hours making small talk and pretending my face wasn't burning with humiliation. When I left that night, the painting was still leaning against his dining room wall. He never mentioned it again after that night. Not a thank you text, not a comment about where he hung it. Nothing. About 2 weeks later, I drove by his house to drop off some mail that had been accidentally delivered to my place, and I could see through his front window. There was no painting anywhere visible. I checked with his wife casually a month after that, just asked if Derek liked where he'd hung the painting, and she got this uncomfortable look and said something vague about still finding the right spot for it. 2 months after his birthday, I was cleaning out my garage, and there it was, leaning against the wall behind some boxes. He'd left it at my house and never even took it home with him. I don't know if he forgot it or if that was intentional, but seeing it there, surrounded by my old teaching supplies and random garage junk, made something crack in my chest. I'd put months of work and all that sentimentality into something he literally couldn't be bothered to take home. I left it there in the garage for another month. Every time I went out to my car, I'd see it and feel this mix of anger and sadness and embarrassment all over again. Then in early July, I got an email from Rachel Martinez. She'd been one of my students about 15 years ago, probably one of the most talented kids I ever taught. She'd gone on to study at a prestigious art school, worked in galleries in New York for a while, and eventually came back to our city to open her own gallery. We'd kept in loose touch over the years, the occasional email or run-in at the grocery store. Her email said she was curating an exhibition for September called Nostalgia and Memory, and was looking for pieces from local artists that explored themes of childhood, hometown connections, and the passage of time. She'd remembered that I painted and wanted to know if I had anything that might fit. I almost deleted the email. I hadn't shown my work publicly in years, and the thought of putting myself out there felt terrifying, especially after what had happened with Derek. But I kept thinking about that painting in my garage, about all the work I'd put into it, about how much it had meant to me, even if it meant nothing to my son. I responded to Rachel and told her I had a few pieces she could look at. She came by my house the following week, and I showed her 3 paintings, including the cityscape. She stood in front of that one for a long time, asking me questions about the town, about what had inspired it, about the emotional significance. When she left, She said she'd let me know within 2 weeks. 10 days later, she called to tell me all 3 paintings had been accepted for the exhibition. The opening reception would be the first Friday in September. I said yes before I could talk myself out of it. The exhibition opened on the first Friday of September, and I almost didn't go to the reception. I kept thinking about backing out, making up some excuse about not feeling well. But Rachel had worked hard on this show, and it felt disrespectful to not show up to support her and the other artists. So I put on a nice dress, drove to the gallery, and walked in feeling like I might throw up from nerves. The space was packed, way more people than I expected for a local art show on a Friday night. Rachel had done an incredible job with the curation, arranging the pieces so they flowed from childhood innocence into more complex adult perspectives on memory and loss. My 3 paintings were in the middle section, and I tried not to hover near them like some desperate artist waiting for validation. But people did stop and look, more than I expected. A couple in their 40s stood in front of the cityscape for at least 10 minutes, and I stayed far enough away that they wouldn't know I was the artist, but close enough to hear parts of their conversation. The woman kept pointing at different parts of the painting and talking about her own hometown in Ohio, how looking at my painting made her miss things she hadn't thought about in years. Her husband had his arm around her, and they just stood there, taking it in. That moment meant more to me than anything Derek had ever said about my art. These were complete strangers connecting with something I'd made, finding their own memories and emotions in my work. I left the reception that night feeling lighter than I had in months. The show ran for 3 weeks. I went back a few times, never during busy hours, just to walk through and see my work hanging in a real gallery. Rachel told me there'd been good feedback, that several people had inquired about prices, but I didn't think much would come of it. Art shows are nice for the experience, but sales are rare, especially for unknown artists my age. Then on a Tuesday morning in late September, 4 days before the exhibition was scheduled to close, Rachel called me at 9 in the morning. I was in my studio working on a new piece, and I almost didn't answer because I had paint all over my hands. She didn't even say hello, just started with congratulations. The cityscape had sold. A young couple, not the same ones I'd seen at the opening, had come in over the weekend and made an offer. They'd apparently driven through that town on their honeymoon years ago, and the painting reminded them of that trip. Rachel's voice was excited as she told me the sale price, $15,000. I had to ask her to repeat it because I genuinely thought I'd misheard. $15,000 for a painting my son had laughed at and left in my garage. I sat down on my studio floor, phone still pressed to my ear, while Rachel explained the paperwork and when I could expect payment, and how thrilled she was. After we hung up, I just sat there for probably 20 minutes, trying to process what had happened. The validation was overwhelming, not just because of the money, though that was significant for someone living on a teacher's pension, but because it proved something I'd been trying to tell myself for months. The painting wasn't worthless. Derek's opinion wasn't the final word on the value of my work, or my time, or my effort. Someone out there saw what I'd been trying to create and valued it enough to pay serious money for it. But underneath the excitement was this heavy sadness. This piece that had sold for $15,000 had been painted for my son, had been created out of love and nostalgia for his childhood, and he'd treated it like garbage. He hadn't just dismissed it, he'd publicly mocked it and then literally left it behind. I didn't tell anyone about the sale at first. Not Derek, not my daughter Emma, not any of my friends. I deposited the check when it arrived a week later and just sat with this strange mixture of emotions. Part of me wanted to call Derek and tell him, to prove that I wasn't just some retired teacher playing with paints in my spare time. But another part of me knew that would be petty. And besides, what would be the point? He'd either try to claim he'd always believed in my talent, which would be a lie, or he'd find some way to diminish it. I lasted 2 weeks before everything exploded. It was a Thursday evening, around 8 o'clock, and I was making dinner when my phone rang. Derek's name on the screen. We'd barely talked since his birthday party, just the occasional text about family logistics, so a phone call was unusual. I answered, and he immediately started yelling. Not even raising his voice gradually, just straight into shouting. Why was he hearing from a client that I'd sold his painting? How dare I take his property and profit from it? Did I have any idea how embarrassing this was for him? I let him go for about a minute before I could get a word in. Apparently, one of the local news stations had done a feel-good segment about the Nostalgia and Memory exhibition, part of their Friday morning lifestyle show. They'd featured my cityscape prominently, showing it on screen with my name and a brief interview with Rachel about the themes of the show. One of Derek's real estate clients had seen it, recognized the town from conversations they'd had about Derek growing up there, and mentioned it during a house showing that afternoon. Derek's client had apparently been complimentary, said something about how talented his mother must be, asked if Derek had any of my work in his home, and Derek had to stand there and either admit he'd been given that exact painting and rejected it, or lie. I'm guessing he tried to deflect and it went badly, because he was absolutely furious on the phone. He kept using the word stolen. I'd stolen his property. I'd profited off something that belonged to him. He was talking about legal action, about how unprofessional this was, about how I'd made him look like an idiot in front of a client. I stayed calm, which seemed to make him angrier. I told him he'd left the painting in my garage, that he'd never taken it home, never hung it, never even asked about it in the 6 months since his birthday, that he'd laughed at it in front of 30 people and suggested it belonged in a basement. He said that didn't matter. It had been a gift, which meant it was his property, regardless of where it was physically located. I told him that gifts can be refused through actions, even if not through words, and his actions had made it pretty clear he didn't want it. We went in circles like this for probably 20 minutes. He wanted the money from the sale, said I owed it to him since the painting had technically been his. I told him if he'd actually valued it, any of it, my work or my time or the sentiment behind it, he wouldn't have treated it the way he did. His voice got colder then, more controlled. He said I was being vindictive and bitter, that this was really about me being jealous of his success and trying to embarrass him, that I'd always been too sensitive about my art hobby and needed to grow up. That's when I knew what I was going to do with the money. The idea came to me right there on the phone while he was telling me to grow up, and suddenly everything felt clear. I told Derek I needed to think about everything, and we'd talk later. Then I hung up before he could start yelling again. I spent the next 3 days thinking about what to do with the money. The easy thing would have been to just keep it, put it in savings or use it for a trip or something. I'd earned it. The painting was legally mine since he'd abandoned it, and I didn't owe him anything. But something about just keeping it felt like I was missing an opportunity to do something that actually mattered. I kept coming back to this idea that had formed while Derek was on the phone calling me bitter and sensitive. He'd benefited so much from my support when he was younger, financial and otherwise, and he'd turned into someone who measured everything by money and appearances. Meanwhile, there were kids out there with actual talent who'd never get the chance to develop it because their families didn't have resources or didn't think art was worthwhile. I started looking into scholarship programs at the community college where I used to teach. I'd stayed in touch with a few people there, and I reached out to the department head to ask about setting up an endowed scholarship. Turns out $15,000 was enough to establish a fund that would give out at least one scholarship a year, maybe more depending on how the investments performed. The more I looked into it, the more right it felt. I worked with the college foundation office to set up the parameters. The scholarship would go to students studying visual arts who demonstrated talent and dedication, but lacked family support, either financial or emotional. They'd have to submit a portfolio and write an essay about what art meant to them and why they were pursuing it despite obstacles. I named it the Childhood Memories Scholarship. The foundation officer thought it was a lovely name, didn't know the full story behind it. We got everything set up over the course of a week, signed all the paperwork, and the college issued a press release about the new scholarship and my donation. They put it on their website and sent it to the local media. I knew it would likely get picked up somewhere, and I knew Derek would probably find out, but I was past caring about managing his feelings. He called me 4 days after I'd finalized everything. It was a Saturday morning, and I was having coffee in my studio when my phone started buzzing. I almost didn't answer, but I figured better to get it over with. The noise that came out of him when I picked up wasn't even words at first, just this strangled sound of rage. Then he found his voice and told me exactly what he thought of what I'd done. I'd taken his money, the money from his painting, and given it away to spite him. I was vindictive and petty, and this whole thing was designed to make him look bad. How was he supposed to explain this to people? His clients were going to think he didn't support his own mother's art. His colleagues were going to hear about this scholarship and know it came from the painting he'd rejected. I let him wind down a bit, then told him very calmly that this wasn't about him. The money was mine from the sale of my painting that he'd abandoned. I'd chosen to do something meaningful with it instead of just spending it on myself. I wasn't trying to embarrass him or teach him a lesson. I was trying to help students who actually valued art and needed support. He didn't believe that for a second. Kept saying I'd done it to punish him, to publicly shame him, to get revenge for his birthday party comment. I told him if I wanted revenge, I would have sold the painting and bought myself something extravagant and made sure he knew about it. This wasn't revenge. It was using something he'd considered worthless to create actual worth in the world. Then I told him the amount I donated was the exact amount his college tuition had cost back in the day. I'd paid $15,000 for his education so he could become successful and independent. Now I was paying $15,000 for students whose families believed in their potential. I called it poetic balance, not revenge. That's when he really lost it. Started saying I was comparing him to charity cases, implying he hadn't earned his success, making everything about my wounded pride. He called me manipulative and said I'd turned into someone he didn't recognize. Then he hung up on me. I thought that might be the end of it, but it wasn't. Over the next week, I got calls from my daughter Emma and from Derek's wife Ashley. Emma was gentler about it, but basically said the same thing Derek had. That I'd embarrassed him publicly, made him look like the bad guy, and should have at least talked to him before doing something so visible with the money. She kept saying I'd gone too far, that I was making this about my ego instead of just letting it go. Ashley was more direct. Said Derek had been having panic attacks about running into clients and having them bring up the scholarship. That his work reputation was important to him, and I damaged it. That maybe the birthday party comment had been thoughtless, but I was holding on to it like some kind of grudge and using it to hurt him now. I tried explaining to both of them that this genuinely wasn't about hurting Derek, that I'd spent months feeling humiliated and dismissed, and when the painting sold, I saw a chance to turn that into something positive. That students would benefit from this for years, students who might otherwise give up on art because nobody in their lives took it seriously. Neither of them seemed to hear what I was saying. They just kept focusing on how Derek felt, how embarrassed he was, how I should have been the bigger person. My ex-husband called too, which was a surprise since we barely talk anymore. He said I'd always been too sensitive about the art thing, that Derek was just being honest at his birthday party, and that I should let this go and apologize. He actually used the phrase, "It's just a hobby," which after 30 years of marriage and 5 years of divorce still managed to hit exactly the wrong way. The last conversation I had about it was with Rachel from the gallery. She called to tell me the college had mentioned the scholarship to her, thanked her for including my work in the exhibition, and she wanted to check in with me about everything. I gave her the short version of what had happened, and she was quiet for a minute. Then she said that what I'd done with the money was beautiful, that it honored what art can mean in someone's life, and that she was sorry my family couldn't see it that way. It's been 6 weeks now since I set up the scholarship. Derek hasn't called or texted. Emma checks in occasionally, but keeps things surface level, never mentions Derek or the situation. My granddaughter's birthday is coming up next month, and I haven't been invited to the party yet. Don't know if I will be. I don't regret what I did. The first scholarship will be awarded next semester, and I'm going to the award ceremony. Some kid who loves art and has been told it's worthless or impractical is going to get financial support and validation that their passion matters. That feels more important than smoothing things over with my son, who still hasn't apologized for how he treated me or my work. But I'd be lying if I said this doesn't hurt. I thought maybe he'd eventually understand, maybe see why I did what I did, but it's looking more like I've just permanently damaged my relationship with my son over a painting and some principle about respect. My friends are split on whether I did the right thing. Half think I was justified, half think I should have just let it go and kept the money quietly. I keep thinking about that couple at the gallery opening, standing in front of the cityscape and finding their own memories in it. That's what art is supposed to do. Create connection, spark emotion, mean something to someone. Derek never understood that. Maybe never will. And now I'm sitting here wondering if teaching him that lesson was worth losing him over. After my boss took credit for my work, I let the truth destroy his career. I'm 27, female, and I work in marketing at a mid-sized firm. I've been here for 2 years now, worked my way up from junior coordinator to senior marketing specialist. It wasn't easy, but I was proud of how far I'd come. My boss, David, 42, had been department head for 5 years. He was one of those smooth-talking guys who always seemed to have the perfect pitch ready, the kind of person who could charm anyone in a meeting. 3 months ago, I developed this comprehensive social media campaign for our biggest client. I'm talking weeks of research, strategy sessions, design mock-ups. I worked through weekends. I lived and breathed this project. When the campaign finally launched, engagement shot up 60% in the first month alone. I expected recognition, maybe even a bonus. What I got instead was a front-row seat to the biggest betrayal of my career. 2 weeks after launch, David called an executive meeting. I wasn't invited, which I thought was weird since it was my campaign. My coworker Emma told me what happened after. David presented the entire thing as his project, took full credit for every single element I'd created. I couldn't believe it at first. I thought maybe there was some misunderstanding. Maybe he'd mentioned my name and Emma just didn't catch it. So I confronted him privately the next day. His response? He brushed it off like I was being dramatic. Told me it all fell under his department, so technically it was his project. I stood there trying to process what he'd just said, and he went back to checking his email like the conversation was over. Then came the company-wide meeting a few days later. We were celebrating the campaign's success, and David stood up in front of everyone and said he came up with the whole thing overnight. Said it just hit him while he was having his morning coffee. I was sitting 3 seats away from him. I watched everyone congratulate him, watched the CEO shake his hand. I felt sick. That night I went home and couldn't stop thinking about it. I'd let someone steal my work and humiliate me in front of the entire company. But instead of crying or quitting like part of me wanted to, I got angry. The productive kind of angry. I started documenting everything. Every email, every chat message, every edit timestamp on every document I'd ever created. I went back through months of files and saved it all. Then I started talking to other people on the team. Turns out this wasn't David's first time pulling this crap. Josh, our junior designer, told me David took credit for his logo redesign last year. Sarah from Content said he'd presented her entire blog strategy as his own idea. He'd been doing this for years, systematically stealing from people who were too afraid or too junior to call him out. Everyone just accepted it as the way things worked around here. but I wasn't going to accept it. I decided right then that I was done protecting him, done staying quiet. If David wanted to build his career by stepping on everyone else, I was going to make sure the foundation crumbled beneath him. A few weeks later, a new project came up. Major rebranding campaign for a potential client worth $2 million. This was David's chance to really shine in front of the CEO, and I knew he'd jump at the opportunity. I volunteered to lead the proposal, acting like nothing had happened between us. He seemed relieved that I wasn't making waves anymore. I spent 3 weeks creating what might have been the best work of my career. Complete market analysis, detailed customer personas, multi-channel approach, projected ROI with actual numbers to back it up. But here's where it gets interesting. I created 2 versions of this proposal. The version I uploaded to the shared drive that David had access to looked complete on the surface. Professional formatting, nice graphics, all the buzzwords. But I'd removed the implementation timeline, the budget breakdown, and most importantly, the entire section explaining why this strategy would work specifically for this client. It was basically a fancy shell with no substance. To someone skimming through, it would look fine, but present it to an actual client? It would fall apart immediately. The real version stayed in my personal drive with cloud backups. Every edit was time-stamped. I saved all my research notes, every draft, every version. I even kept screenshots of conversations with Emma where I'd discussed my ideas before writing them down. I was building an evidence trail that would be impossible to dispute. 1 week before the big presentation, I sent David a message saying I'd finished the proposal and it was ready in the shared folder. He responded that he'd look it over. 2 days later, I checked the file metadata. He'd opened it but made 0 comments, 0 edits, 0 questions. The morning of the presentation, he sent me a message telling me he wouldn't need me in the meeting, that he had it covered. My hands were shaking when I typed back that it was no problem and wished him luck. Emma recorded the meeting, which was company policy for all client pitches. She told me later that David started strong with the visuals, but when the client asked about implementation, he completely fumbled. Just said they'd figure out the timeline as they went. When they asked about budget, he threw out vague estimates that were totally unrealistic for what he was proposing. But the worst part was when he couldn't explain how any of this addressed their specific pain points. The client rep actually asked if he'd even researched their company. The meeting ended early. We didn't get the account. Within an hour, David called me into his office and lost it. Started yelling about how I'd submitted garbage work and made him look incompetent. Told me I'd probably be demoted or fired for this. Then he sent an email to the CEO and VP of marketing, blaming the entire disaster on me. Said I'd given him incomplete work, and he'd tried to salvage it during the meeting. I stayed calm. Told him I wanted to schedule a meeting with HR to discuss what happened with the project. He got this nervous look on his face and said there was no need to involve HR, that I should just admit I messed up. I smiled at him and said HR should definitely hear about this. I left his office and sent the meeting request before he could say another word. The next day, I sat down with Michelle from HR and our VP of marketing. David was there, looking way more confident than he should have been. He probably thought I'd crack under pressure, or that it would just be my word against his. Michelle asked me to explain what happened. I pulled up my laptop and walked them through everything. The complete proposal, with timestamps, showing I'd finished it 3 weeks before the presentation. The incomplete version in the shared drive with metadata, proving David had accessed it multiple times but never asked a single question or requested any changes. The email where I offered to join the presentation and his response turning me down. Chat logs with Emma discussing the full strategy weeks earlier. I even showed them my research browser history and all my draft documents. David tried saying he'd made his own version based on my draft. I asked him to show it. He couldn't. Then he claimed he'd been mentoring me throughout the project. I pulled up emails proving he'd had 0 input until the day before the presentation. That's when Michelle told us that 3 other employees had come forward after hearing about the investigation. Josh, Sarah, and someone from analytics had all filed complaints about David taking credit for their work over the past 2 years. I watched the color drain from David's face. The investigation took 2 weeks. David was put on administrative leave, and I ran the department temporarily. Honestly, everything worked better without him. When Michelle finally called me back in, she told me David had been terminated effective immediately. They fired him for falsifying contributions, misrepresenting work authorship, and creating a hostile work environment. Apparently, they'd also found evidence that he'd been inflating his performance metrics in previous reviews by claiming team achievements as his own. 3 months later, I got promoted to his position. 40% salary increase, corner office, the whole thing. I started implementing new policies about documenting project contributions and making sure team members could present their own work in meetings. But not everyone was happy about how it went down. Some of my coworkers, especially the ones who'd been there longer, said I'd been petty, that I should have just gone straight to HR instead of setting David up. A few people mentioned that he has a family and I'd ruined his career. Even Emma, who supported me through everything, said she was glad he was gone but wondered if I had to be so calculated about it. My mom thinks I should have just focused on doing good work and let karma handle the rest. It's been 6 months now since David was fired. I heard he's been job hunting, but our industry is small and word gets around. Last week I got a LinkedIn message from someone at another company asking about his work style because he'd applied there. I haven't responded yet. Part of me feels completely vindicated. I protected myself and probably saved future employees from the same treatment. But sometimes I wonder if I took it too far. If maybe I'm just as manipulative as he was, just better at it. I'm sitting in what used to be his office, and honestly, I still don't know if what I did was justice or just revenge dressed up in professional clothing. After my husband forgot our anniversary for the 3rd year, I let him discover what forgotten feels like. I, 35F, have been married to my husband, Jake, 37M, for 7 years, and for the last 3 years, I've been the only one who seems to remember we're even married when our anniversary rolls around. Let me back up a bit so you understand how we got here. Year 5 of our marriage, I planned this whole elaborate thing. I recreated our first date at the botanical gardens where we met, down to the picnic basket and the same wine we drank. I spent weeks planning it. He showed up 3 hours late because of some emergency meeting at work that apparently couldn't wait. Year 6. I booked our favorite restaurant weeks in advance and bought him this expensive watch he'd been eyeing. He came home that night with Chinese takeout, completely clueless, until I reminded him what day it was. Then came the apologies, the excuses about how work was crazy and how bad he is with dates. Each time, I forgave him. I actually believed he'd do better. This year was different, though. Year 7. I'd already made reservations, bought him a gift, the whole thing. Part of me knew better, but I guess I wanted to give him one more chance. The morning of our anniversary, I dropped hints, mentioned the date casually while making coffee. He just nodded and talked about some project at work. That afternoon, I kept checking my phone. No text, no call, nothing. When he came home that evening, he walked in talking about his day like it was any other Wednesday. I finally asked him if he remembered what day it was. He actually guessed random things, thought maybe he was supposed to pick something up from the store. That's when it hit me. He genuinely had no idea, not a clue. I told him never mind, it was nothing. He went to watch TV. I locked myself in the bathroom and canceled the restaurant reservation while crying. But somewhere between the tears and the anger, something shifted. I was done. Done being the only one who cared. Done making excuses for him. Done feeling invisible in my own marriage. So I decided he was going to find out exactly what forgotten feels like. The next day came and went. Still nothing from him. No sudden realization, no panicked apology. He'd completely moved on without ever knowing he'd forgotten in the first place. And honestly, that hurt worse than the actual forgetting. While he went about his life oblivious, I started planning something different. A gathering at our house, I told him 2 days later. Just some friends coming over for dinner, nothing fancy. He barely looked up from his phone when he said, "Okay." Here's the thing that really pushed me over the edge, though. 2 weeks before all this, I'd gotten promoted at work. Director of Operations. Something I'd worked toward for 3 years. I told him about it at dinner one night, and he gave me this distracted, "That's great, babe," before going back to scrolling on his phone. He never asked about it again. Never asked about the new responsibilities or the raise or anything. So when I planned that dinner party, I knew exactly what I was going to celebrate, and it wasn't going to be us. The night of the dinner party, I spent the whole day setting everything up. Candles everywhere, flowers on the table, even had our wedding song playing softly in the background. Our closest friends showed up around 7. Sarah and her husband, Mark and his wife, another couple we see regularly. The usual group. Jake came home from work right as everyone was arriving. I watched his face when he walked through the door and saw the setup. The candlelight, the flowers, the fancy table settings. For a second, he looked confused. Then I saw it click in his head. That panic. He thought he'd forgotten something again, and for a brief moment, I could tell he was trying to figure out if maybe I'd set all this up for our anniversary as some kind of surprise for him, like I was doing him a favor by covering for his forgetfulness. Wrong. Everyone gathered in the dining room and I stood up with my wine glass. Jake was watching me nervously. I started my toast by thanking everyone for coming on short notice. I could see him relax a little, probably thinking he was off the hook. Then I continued. Told them I wanted to celebrate something important with the people who actually care about what happens in my life. That's when I announced my promotion. Director of Operations. 3 years of work finally paying off. I mentioned that I'd gotten the news 2 weeks ago, and while some people in this room were too busy to notice, I was grateful for those who had always been there to remember what matters. I didn't look at Jake when I said it, but everyone knew. Then I went around and thanked each friend individually. Told Sarah how she'd remembered to text me good luck before my big presentation. Thanked Mark for asking about my project at the last barbecue. Mentioned specific times these people had shown up for me, remembered things about my life, actually acted like they cared. Jake's face got redder with each person I mentioned. I never once thanked him. Never even acknowledged he was there. Sarah's husband tried to ease the tension by asking if we should also toast to our anniversary, since it had been that week. The whole room went quiet. I just looked at him and said I must have forgotten. You could have heard a pin drop. Dinner was awkward as hell after that. I played the perfect host to everyone else, asking about their lives, laughing at jokes. Jake barely touched his food, just sat there with his jaw clenched, radiating anger. Our friends picked up on it fast. They started making excuses to leave earlier than planned. The second the door closed behind the last guest, he exploded. Started yelling about how I humiliated him in front of everyone, how I made him look like a terrible husband. I just stood there, in the middle of our living room, surrounded by all those candles and flowers, and told him the truth. I didn't make him look like anything. His actions did that on their own. He tried every excuse in the book. Work was busy. He had a lot on his mind. I know he's bad with dates. I cut him off and asked why I had to be something he schedules in his calendar. Why wasn't I important enough to just remember? He didn't have an answer for that. That was 3 weeks ago. Jake's been sleeping in the guest room ever since, waiting for me to apologize. I haven't. I don't plan to. We barely talk now. Just logistics. Who's picking up groceries? When the bills are due? That kind of thing. He walks past me in the kitchen like I'm a roommate he's mad at, not his wife. The funny thing is, he's the one who's sulking. But I'm sleeping better than I have in months. He told his mom his version of events, that I humiliated him for no reason in front of our friends. She called me last week, tried the whole guilt trip thing about embarrassing her son. I told her the same thing I told him. I didn't embarrass anyone. He embarrassed himself by forgetting our anniversary 3 years in a row and not even noticing when I got promoted. She hung up on me. Our friends have been texting. They're split down the middle on this. Sarah thinks he had it coming, that someone needed to wake him up. Mark's wife said I went too far with the public humiliation angle. A few others are staying out of it completely. The story got back to Jake through mutual friends, and now he's even angrier because he thinks I'm playing the victim. I've been doing a lot of thinking about our marriage these past few weeks, about how much effort I put into remembering every little thing about his life, while he can't even remember the day we got married. About how I used to make excuses for him to other people, defending him when friends would raise eyebrows at yet another forgotten occasion. About how I convinced myself that his forgetfulness didn't mean he didn't love me. But here's what I keep coming back to. The look on his face at that dinner party when he realized he'd been forgotten. When he felt invisible for once. When he understood what it's like to be the person who doesn't matter enough to remember. Yeah, it was harsh. Maybe even cruel. But after 3 years of feeling exactly that way, watching him experience it for one night doesn't fill me with regret. People keep asking if I feel bad about what I did. The honest answer is complicated. I feel bad that our marriage got to this point. I feel bad that I didn't stand up for myself sooner. I feel bad that it took a public dinner party to make him finally see what he'd been doing. But do I regret making him feel what I felt? No, I don't. We've been at this standstill for weeks now. Someone mentioned marriage counseling, but neither of us has actually made an appointment. I think we both know what a therapist would say anyway. He wants an apology for the embarrassment. I want him to understand why I did it in the first place. Neither of us is budging. The truth is, I don't know what happens next. Maybe we go to counseling. Maybe we don't. Maybe this is just how our marriage ends. With him in the guest room, convinced he's the victim, and me finally standing up for myself after 7 years of being forgotten. Everything changed when I made my narcissistic sister face the consequences she deserved. I'm 33, and I've been dealing with my older sister Vanessa for my entire life. She's always been the golden child in our family. Beautiful, charming, and manipulative as hell. Our parents never saw through her lies. I'm not exaggerating when I say she could crash the car, blame me, and somehow I'd end up grounded while she got sympathy. That's just how it was growing up. Fast forward to adulthood and nothing really changed. Vanessa married this wealthy guy and spent years flaunting her perfect life. Meanwhile, I was working my ass off as a nurse, picking up extra shifts, and quietly helping our aging parents with whatever they needed. Doctor appointments, grocery runs, just being there. Vanessa would show up for holidays and act like she was doing everyone a favor. She'd constantly belittle my career, too. Little comments like, "Must be nice not having real responsibilities," or asking when I was going to get a real job in front of family. I'd let it slide because that's what I always did. Keep the peace. Don't rock the boat. Let Vanessa be Vanessa. Then last year, our mom passed away. It was sudden, and it destroyed me. Mom and I were close. She knew how hard I worked, how much I did for her and Dad. In her will, she left a modest inheritance that got split between us, but her jewelry collection was specifically left to me. The will was handwritten but clear. She wanted me to have her wedding ring, my grandmother's pieces, everything. It meant the world to me. When I went to collect the jewelry from Mom's house a week after the funeral, the box was empty. Completely empty. I stood there staring at it, trying to process what happened. I called Vanessa immediately, and she acted all confused at first. Then she said Mom must have changed her mind before she died and gifted the jewelry to her instead. No proof, No witnesses, just her word against a written will. I didn't believe her for a second. Mom would have told me if she changed her mind. She would have updated the will or at least mentioned it. But Vanessa stuck to her story, and when I pushed back, she started crying about how I was attacking her during our time of grief. Dad stepped in and told me to let it go. He said we shouldn't be fighting over material things when we just lost Mom. Classic. I could have fought her right then, could have gotten lawyers involved or caused a scene. But I knew Vanessa. I knew how she operated. She'd twist it around, play the victim, and somehow I'd end up being the bad guy who couldn't let her dead mother rest in peace. So I backed off. I told her fine, whatever. I let everyone think I'd moved on. But I hadn't moved on. Not even close. I decided right then that I wasn't going to fight her the way she expected. I was going to wait. I was going to be patient. And when the right moment came, I was going to make sure everyone saw exactly who Vanessa really was. Months passed, and I just watched. I stayed quiet, played nice at family gatherings, and waited for my opportunity. Then Vanessa announced her annual charity gala. This thing was huge for her. She'd been doing it for years, inviting all her wealthy friends and her husband's family to show off how generous and philanthropic she was. She always gave some speech about deep family values and helping others. It made me sick, but this year I saw my chance. I volunteered to help with the event. Vanessa was suspicious at first because I'd never offered before, but she needed the help, and I played it off like I was trying to move past our grief together. She bought it. The gala was at this fancy venue, and Vanessa was in her element. Designer dress, perfect makeup, working the room like she owned it. And there it was. Mom's jewelry. She was wearing my grandmother's necklace and had Mom's earrings on. Just wearing stolen heirlooms to her charity event like it was nothing. During the event, I told her I'd help manage the coat check and dressing room area. She barely paid attention, too busy schmoozing with donors. I slipped into her dressing room while she was giving her speech. Her jewelry box was right there on the vanity. I took pictures of everything. The pieces laid out, close-ups showing the distinctive details. I even got shots of her wearing them from earlier. My hands were shaking the whole time, but I made sure every photo was clear. I went back to playing helpful volunteer for the rest of the night. Smiled, made small talk, helped clean up. Vanessa even thanked me afterward and said we should do this more often. I just nodded. I waited 3 days after the gala. Then I put together a message with all the photos and a scan of Mom's handwritten will. I kept it simple, just the facts. The jewelry in the photos, the will clearly stating it was left to me, and a brief note about stolen heirlooms and family values. I sent it anonymously to our extended family group chat. Aunts, uncles, cousins. About 25 people saw it instantly. The group chat exploded within minutes. My phone wouldn't stop buzzing. People were shocked, asking if it was real, demanding answers. Within an hour, Vanessa's husband had seen it. His family had seen it. Her friends started asking questions. By the next day, 2 of her charity sponsors had pulled out. Her perfectly curated image was crumbling in real time. She called me that night, completely hysterical, sobbing so hard I could barely understand her at first. She was screaming about how I destroyed her reputation and ruined her life. I stayed calm. I told her I only revealed the truth she tried to hide. I said Mom would have wanted honesty, not deceit. She threatened to sue me, demanded I tell everyone it was fake, that I doctored the photos. I told her she could return the jewelry and apologize publicly if she wanted any kind of redemption. She hung up on me. The fallout kept getting bigger. Her husband was furious that he'd been lied to. His family, who cared deeply about their image, stopped speaking to her. More sponsorships dropped her charity work. Her social media went quiet for the first time in years. And I just watched it all unfold, feeling this weird mix of satisfaction and guilt that I still can't quite sort out. Dad called me 2 days after everything went down. He didn't even say hello, just started in on how I went too far. He said I humiliated Vanessa publicly instead of forgiving her like family should. He kept saying I should have handled it privately, that I made everything worse. I tried to explain that private conversations never worked with Vanessa, that she'd just deny and manipulate like she always did. He didn't want to hear it. He said I was being vindictive and that Mom would be disappointed in me. That one hurt more than I expected. The family split pretty much down the middle. Some of my aunts and uncles reached out privately to say they supported me, that they'd always suspected Vanessa wasn't what she seemed. A few cousins messaged saying I did the right thing, but others thought I was cruel for exposing her so publicly. They said it was a family matter that should have stayed private, even if Vanessa was wrong. Vanessa still hasn't returned the jewelry. She's sticking to her story that Mom gave it to her, and now she's claiming I'm harassing her. She posted some vague stuff on social media about family betrayal and people not knowing the full story. Her close friends rallied around her at first, but I heard from a cousin that even they started questioning things once they saw the will. Her husband apparently demanded she return everything, but she refused. Their marriage is rocky now, from what I've heard. It's been a few weeks since everything happened, and I'm still processing it all. Dad won't talk to me. Vanessa blocked me on everything, but some of my extended family has actually gotten closer to me because of this. And here's the thing I didn't expect. I started getting messages from other people Vanessa had wronged over the years. Old friends, former co-workers, even one of her husband's cousins. They all had stories about times she'd lied or manipulated or thrown them under the bus. I knew she was bad, but I didn't realize how many people she'd hurt. It made me wonder if Mom knew, if she saw who Vanessa really was, and that's why she made sure to put everything in writing. I'm not going to lie and say I regret what I did. Part of me feels like Vanessa finally got what she deserved. She spent years getting away with everything, and someone needed to hold her accountable. But another part of me wonders if I just became like her, if exposing her publicly was about justice or just revenge, maybe both. I don't know if I'll ever get Mom's jewelry back. I don't know if Dad will forgive me, or if Vanessa will ever admit what she did. What I do know is that I'm done being invisible. I'm done letting her get away with everything, while I stay quiet to keep the peace. People finally see her for who she really is, and whether that makes me the villain or not, I can live with it. At least the truth is out there now, even if it cost me part of my family to make it happen. Everything unraveled when I made my best friend pay for years of manipulation. I, 27F, had been best friends with Mara since we were 16. We did everything together. Sleepovers every weekend, road trips during summer break. We even got matching tattoos when we turned 21. Everyone called us inseparable. For years I believed we were. But around the time I turned 24, I started noticing things. Small things at first. Mara would cancel plans the second she started dating someone, then magically reappear the moment they broke up. She'd make these little comments that felt like jokes but left me feeling terrible about myself. Things like, "You're so brave for wearing that," or, "I wish I could be as carefree as you about my career." I'd brush it off because that's what you do with best friends, right? You give them the benefit of the doubt. The real wake-up call came 2 years ago. I got this incredible job offer in another city. Better pay, better title, actual room for growth. I was ecstatic. When I told Mara, her face fell. Then came the guilt trips. She cried about how our friendship would die if I left. She kept saying we'd drift apart and she couldn't imagine her life without me nearby. I felt horrible. After weeks of her calling me upset, sending long texts about how abandoned she felt, I turned the job down. I convinced myself I was choosing friendship over ambition, that I was being loyal. Then, about 4 months later, we were drunk at her apartment and she just said it. "I'm so glad you stayed. I just didn't want to feel like the loser friend who got left behind." She laughed when she said it, like it was funny. Like my career wasn't important as long as she didn't feel bad about herself. I didn't know what to say. I just sat there, realizing I'd sacrificed something huge for someone who only cared about how my choices affected her. That should have been enough to wake me up. But I stayed. I made excuses for her. Then, 8 months ago, I started dating this guy named Evan. He was kind, funny, everything I'd been looking for. The only complication was that Mara had a crush on him back in college. Years ago, nothing ever happened between them. When I told her about Evan, she acted supportive. She said we were perfect together, and she was so happy for me. But I noticed she got weird whenever I mentioned him. Her responses would get short. She'd change the subject fast. 3 weeks into dating Evan, he started pulling away. Canceled dates. Took hours to text back. Then one night, he broke up with me over text. Said he couldn't date someone he couldn't trust. I was completely blindsided. I had no idea what he was talking about. I reached out to his roommate, who I'd gotten friendly with. He felt bad enough to tell me the truth. Mara had told Evan I'd cheated on my ex-boyfriend multiple times, that I was emotionally unstable, that I'd talked badly about him behind his back. All lies, complete lies. I confronted Mara the next day. She didn't apologize. She acted offended that I was upset with her. Said she was just being honest about her concerns, that a real friend would warn him. She actually tried to make me feel guilty for calling her out. When I wouldn't back down, she said, "If you can't handle honesty, maybe we shouldn't be friends." I didn't argue. I just went quiet. That was the moment I decided I was done. I started declining her invitations, keeping my texts short when she reached out. She didn't seem to notice or care. 4 months after I cut Mara off, I got an email from HR at my company. They were doing a reference check for Mara Thompson. She'd applied for a senior position, and she'd listed me as a reference. I stared at that email for a solid 10 minutes. The audacity was unbelievable. After everything she'd done, after sabotaging my relationship and ghosting me when I stopped being useful, she thought I'd give her a glowing reference. Either she assumed we were still good enough friends that I'd help her, or she figured I wouldn't dare say anything negative. I almost ignored it. Part of me wanted to just let it go, pretend I never saw the email. But I kept thinking about Evan, about that job I'd turned down, about all the years I'd made myself smaller so she could feel bigger. And then I remembered something a mutual friend had mentioned months ago that I hadn't really processed at the time. Mara had gotten a coworker blamed for her mistake at her last job. The woman had been demoted, while Mara got promoted. I hadn't connected the dots then, but now it made perfect sense. This was who Mara was. She didn't just manipulate friends. She destroyed anyone who stood in her way. The HR rep called 3 days later. She was friendly and professional, asking the standard questions about how long I'd known Mara and whether I could speak to her work ethic. I took a deep breath. This was it. I told her I'd known Mara for over a decade, that she was intelligent and charismatic, but that I couldn't, in good conscience, recommend her for the position. There was this pause on the other end. Then the HR rep asked me to elaborate. So I did. I explained that Mara had a pattern of manipulating situations for personal gain, that she'd lied about colleagues to get ahead, and that she'd sabotaged a coworker at her previous job. I gave specifics about the woman who got demoted. I also mentioned that she'd destroyed a personal relationship of mine by spreading lies because she felt threatened by it. The HR rep thanked me for my honesty and said they took references very seriously. Then the call ended. I felt numb afterward. Not guilty exactly, but not satisfied either. I just felt like I'd finally stopped letting her get away with things. A week passed and I heard nothing. Then my phone lit up with a text from Mara. "What the fuck did you say to them?" I stared at it for a few seconds, then deleted it without responding. She called 6 times that day. I blocked her number. 2 days later, a mutual friend called asking what had happened. Apparently, Mara didn't just get rejected from my company. HR had flagged her application internally, and somehow, word spread to other companies in our industry. Our city has a pretty small professional community in marketing, and people talk. Within 2 weeks, Mara's reputation was trashed. I don't know exactly how it spread so fast. Maybe HR mentioned it to someone. Maybe other people she'd screwed over finally felt safe speaking up once someone else went first. But whatever happened, Mara couldn't get hired anywhere locally. She showed up at my apartment 3 weeks after the reference call. I opened the door and there she was, crying and disheveled. She started yelling about how I'd destroyed her career, how I should have just ignored the call or given a neutral response. That after everything we'd been through, I owed her that much. I finally spoke. I told her that after everything she'd put me through, I didn't owe her anything. I listed it all: the job, Evan, the years of one-sided friendship. She tried to justify it, saying she was going through stuff, that I didn't understand how hard things were for her. I said that wasn't an excuse for ruining my life. She left screaming that I was vindictive and cruel. After Mara left my apartment that night, our mutual friends started picking sides. Some of them reached out to say she'd had it coming, that I was just being honest and she needed to face consequences for once. Others thought I'd gone too far, that I should have let karma handle it instead of actively tanking her career. My friend Dylan was the harshest about it. He told me I'd become exactly what I hated, that I'd manipulated the situation to hurt her. That comment stuck with me more than I wanted to admit. I kept replaying it in my head, wondering if he was right. But then another friend pointed out that I'd just told the truth when asked directly. If Mara couldn't handle the consequences of her own actions, that was on her, not me. The friend group basically split down the middle. Some people stopped talking to me entirely. Others cut Mara off. A few tried to stay neutral and just stopped bringing either of us up in conversation. It was messy and uncomfortable, and I lost people I'd known for years. That was 3 months ago. Mara hasn't contacted me since that night at my apartment. I've heard things through the grapevine, though. She moved back in with her parents. She's working retail now and applying to jobs in other cities, trying to start over somewhere her reputation hasn't followed her yet. I don't feel guilty about what I did, but I don't feel triumphant either. I thought I'd feel some kind of satisfaction, like justice had been served. Instead, I just feel empty where the friendship used to be. There's this hole in my life where Mara was for over a decade, and even though I know she was toxic, it's still strange not having her there. I've been thinking a lot about whether I did the right thing. Was I protecting future co-workers from someone who would have sabotaged them eventually? Or was I just getting revenge because I was hurt and angry? Maybe both things are true. Maybe that's what makes this so complicated. People keep asking if I feel bad. Honestly, I don't know. Part of me genuinely believes I did what anyone would do when asked for an honest reference. I told the truth about someone's character and work history. That's what references are for, right? But another part of me wonders if I let my anger make the decision instead of my principles. If I'd gotten that email 2 years ago, before everything happened with Evan, would I have said the same things? Or would I have given some generic positive reference and moved on? Dylan said I gave karma a push. Maybe he's right. But after years of watching Mara push people down to lift herself up, maybe someone needed to push back. Maybe she would have kept doing it forever if nobody stopped her. I still don't sleep great. I replay that phone call with HR sometimes, wondering if I should have just declined to comment, left it as no reference available, and walked away clean. But then I remember that coworker who got demoted. I remember Evan. I remember turning down that job. So here I am, 3 months later, still not short of protecting others from a toxic person makes me toxic too. I guess I'll never really know if I was justified, or if I just became as manipulative as Mara. All I know is that I finally stopped letting her get away with it. Everything exploded the day I made my mom's favorite child finally face the truth. I, 26F, grew up as the invisible one in my family. My older sister Jenna, 29, was the golden child who could do no wrong. And my mom made sure I never forgot it. Every accomplishment Jenna had was celebrated like a national holiday. When I succeeded at anything, it was because Jenna had inspired me or set a good example. When Jenna screwed up, which wasn't often but it happened, somehow it became my fault for not being a better influence. My dad was different. He saw me, treated us equally. But Mom ran the household, and her word was law. I learned early on to just accept being second place. It was easier than fighting for scraps of attention. After college, I moved 3 hours away and went low contact with Mom and Jenna. I kept in touch with Dad, though. He'd visit me sometimes without telling Mom, and he'd apologize for not standing up more over the years. Mom guilt-tripped me constantly about abandoning the family, but honestly, those 3 years of distance were the most peaceful of my life. Then, 6 months ago, Dad had a sudden heart attack and died. I rushed home immediately. The funeral was awful. Mom and Jenna performed their grief for everyone, while I tried to process losing the one parent who actually saw me as equal to my sister. Mom even made comments about how, if I'd visited more, Dad would have been happier. I bit my tongue and tried to just be there for everyone. 2 weeks after the funeral, we met at Dad's lawyer's office for the will reading. It was me, Mom, Jenna, and Mr. Harrison, who'd been Dad's lawyer for 20 years. I expected Dad had been fair. He always was. The house went to Mom, which made sense. Personal items were divided between Jenna and me. Then Mr. Harrison got to the savings, which was around $180,000. He read that it all went to Jenna. My name wasn't mentioned at all. I sat there in complete shock while Mom immediately jumped in with an explanation. She said Dad had changed his will last minute, just a few weeks before he died. That he felt Jenna needed the money more, because she'd been struggling financially with student loans. Mom said Dad told her I had a good job and was already independent, so I'd be fine without help. She said it so matter-of-factly, like it was completely reasonable. Jenna looked uncomfortable but didn't say anything. I was devastated. This didn't sound like Dad at all. He'd always been obsessive about fairness between us. Just 3 months before he died, he'd mentioned to me that he'd updated his will to make sure everything was fair and square. Those were his exact words. I left that meeting in a daze. Something felt wrong, but I couldn't articulate what. The next day, I couldn't let it go. I called Mr. Harrison privately and asked if I could see a copy of the updated will. He hesitated, and in that pause I knew. He finally admitted there wasn't an updated document on file. Mom had brought in a new will the week after Dad died, claiming she'd found it in his desk. He'd had concerns, but Mom had pushed to proceed quickly. I asked if the signatures matched. Another long pause. He said he wasn't a handwriting expert, but something had seemed off. He'd been about to suggest getting it verified when Mom insisted on moving forward. He offered to provide a written statement about the discrepancies if I needed it. That's when I knew. My mother had forged my father's will. I sat with that information for a full day, letting the rage build. Then I remembered I still had access to Dad's computer because I'd been helping close his email accounts. I decided I needed proof before I confronted anyone. I spent the next 3 weeks building a case against my own mother. Over the next 3 weeks, I became obsessed with gathering evidence. I went to Mom's house under the pretense of helping sort through Dad's things. While she was out running errands, I got onto Dad's home computer and then found Mom's laptop in her bedroom. I knew it was an invasion of privacy, but at that point, I didn't care. The file history on Mom's computer was damning. 2 days after Dad died, she downloaded a document called lastwilltemplate.docx from some legal website. Then there were multiple saved versions with names like dadwillfillerection.docx and dadwillinitializing2.docx. All of them created and edited in the week after his death. I screenshot everything with the timestamps visible. I also compared the signature on the forged will to Dad's real signature on other documents I found, things I knew he'd actually signed. The differences were clear once you looked closely. The pressure was wrong, the slant was off, and specific letters were formed completely differently. I documented all of it. Then I quietly met with a different lawyer in the city where I lived. I brought everything, the digital files, the signature comparisons, and Mr. Harrison's written statement. She looked through it all and confirmed what I already knew. This was clear-cut forgery and fraud. Mom could face criminal charges. The lawyer suggested I confront Mom privately first and give her a chance to make it right. But I'd already decided I wanted witnesses. I kept wrestling with whether Jenna knew about the forgery. She'd looked uncomfortable at the will reading but hadn't said anything. Maybe Mom had manipulated her too, or maybe she was in on it. Either way, Jenna had taken the money and never questioned why I was completely cut out. She benefited from it, and that was enough. A few days later, Mom suggested we have a family dinner at her house to discuss Dad's estate and moving forward. It was the perfect opportunity. I prepared a folder with everything, printed copies of the files, the signature analysis, Mr. Harrison's statement, and my lawyer's assessment. I told no one what I was planning. The night of the dinner, Mom had cooked Dad's favorite meal, which felt manipulative. Jenna was already there and seemed nervous, barely making eye contact with me. We made small talk about Dad's belongings and what to keep or donate. Mom kept talking about how hard everything had been. I stayed quiet and waited. Then the conversation shifted to Jenna's plans. She mentioned she was investing some of the inheritance in a new business venture. Mom's face lit up. She went on about how Dad would be so happy to see Jenna thriving and secure. Then Mom looked at me and said, "Dad knew I'd be fine on my own. That's why he made sure Jenna was taken care of." That's when I couldn't take it anymore. I calmly pulled the folder out of my bag and slid it across the table to Mom. I said quietly that she might want to explain this before I handed it to the police. Mom's face changed. She tried to act confused, asked what I was talking about. I told her to open it. She did, and I watched the color drain from her face. Jenna leaned over to look, and I laid it all out. The downloaded template with the timestamp. The file history showing multiple versions created after Dad died. The signature analysis showing clear differences. Mr. Harrison's written statement about his concerns. My lawyer's assessment that this was fraud and forgery. The room went completely silent. It felt like a full minute passed with no one saying anything. Jenna finally spoke up and asked Mom if it was true. Mom snapped at her to stay quiet. Jenna looked between us, clearly in shock. She started crying and asked why Mom would do this. Mom ignored her completely and just stared at me. Then Mom exploded. She screamed that I didn't understand, that Jenna needed the money more and always needed more help. She said Dad would have wanted it this way even if he didn't write it down, that she was just correcting an oversight, that I'd always been fine on my own and didn't need anyone. Then she said it. She said it was just money, and asked why I was trying to destroy the family over money. I stayed calm. I told her it was never about the money. It was about the fact that even in death, she couldn't let me be equal to Jenna. That she would literally commit fraud rather than let me have what Dad wanted me to have. That she stole his final act of fairness and love. I looked her right in the eyes and said, Dad saw me. He loved me equally, and she couldn't even let me have that. Mom told me to get out of her house. I stood up, took the folder, and told her she had 48 hours to make this right before I filed a police report. Jenna was still crying but said nothing. I walked out with my hands shaking, but my head held high. I drove home knowing I'd just blown up my entire family, and I still didn't regret it. The next morning my phone exploded with messages. Mom left angry voicemails calling me ungrateful, cruel, and vindictive. Jenna sent texts saying she didn't know about the forgery and begging me to call her. Extended family members started reaching out too, because Mom had already begun spinning her version of events, claiming I was trying to steal from Jenna. I didn't respond to anyone. I just waited. On day 2 after the confrontation, Jenna showed up at my apartment. She looked exhausted, like she'd been crying for hours. She swore she didn't know about the forgery and that she genuinely believed Mom had found an updated will like she claimed. She admitted she should have questioned why I was completely excluded, but she'd trusted what Mom told her. Then she dropped another bomb. She'd already spent $30,000 of the inheritance on her business. I asked her what she thought I should do. She begged me not to go to the police, said it would destroy Mom and she could go to jail. Jenna offered to split the inheritance properly now, to give me my half. But I pointed out that this wasn't about her making it right. It was about Mom facing consequences for what she did. Jenna left upset, saying I was choosing revenge over family. Hours before my 48-hour deadline, Mom made her countermove. She sent a group text to the entire extended family, claiming I was extorting her with false police reports. She said I'd always been jealous of Jenna and was now trying to ruin them. She painted herself as a grieving widow, being attacked by her own daughter. Some relatives believed her immediately and sent me angry messages. Others stayed silent, waiting to see what would happen. I met with my lawyer again to discuss options. I could file criminal charges, and Mom would likely face fines, possibly probation, maybe even jail time. I could handle it civilly and just force her to split the inheritance fairly without criminal consequences. Or I could walk away entirely, cut contact, and let them keep everything. My lawyer asked what I actually wanted: justice, money, or peace. I realized I didn't know anymore. The 48 hours passed, and Mom never reached out to apologize or make things right. So I filed a police report for fraud and forgery. I also filed a civil suit to contest the will. Once I did it, there was no taking it back. 2 weeks later, the police opened an investigation. Mom told everyone I was trying to put her in jail. Half the family sided with her, saying she was a grieving widow, and how could I do this to her? The other half stayed neutral or quietly supported me. Dad's brother, my Uncle Tom, reached out privately. He said he'd always known Mom favored Jenna, and that Dad had complained about it to him multiple times. He offered to testify about Dad's real intentions if needed. Jenna stopped responding to my messages entirely. Through mutual friends, I heard she was standing by Mom. She'd been telling people she believed Mom made a mistake, but that my response was too extreme. That families should forgive and work things out privately. I realized then that Jenna would always choose Mom's side, even now. It's been 3 months since the confrontation. The investigation is moving slowly, but it's ongoing. My civil case is proceeding, and my lawyer thinks we have a strong chance. Mom might face criminal charges in the next few months. I've been completely cut off from Mom and Jenna, and half my extended family won't speak to me. The holidays are coming up, and I have nowhere to go. Some days I feel vindicated and strong. Other days I feel like I destroyed my family over money I don't even really need. But then I remember it was never about the money. It was about my mother literally erasing me from my father's final wishes. It was about being invisible even in death. It was about finally being seen and demanding to matter. So that's where I am now. Some people think I'm brave for standing up for myself. Others think I'm vindictive and should have just let it go. My mom is telling everyone I'm destroying the family over greed. My sister won't talk to me. The prosecutor called yesterday. They're ready to move forward with charges, and I have to decide by tomorrow if I want to proceed or drop it all. Guess my sister didn't expect me to outsmart her after she stole our parents' inheritance. I, 32F, never thought I'd be the one to take down my older sister Claire, 35. Growing up, she was always the responsible one, the daughter our parents could count on for everything. The one who had her life figured out by 25 while I was still bouncing between retail jobs and failed relationships. I was the flaky younger sister who took way too long to get her act together. So when our parents passed away 6 months ago and left everything to be split 50-50 between us, nobody questioned it when Claire was named executor. She was better with paperwork and finances. It made sense. I trusted her completely. Mom died first, sudden heart attack last March. Dad followed 3 months later. The doctors said it was pneumonia, but I think he just didn't want to be here without her. They were married for 40 years, the kind of couple that still held hands at the grocery store. Losing them both within months of each other destroyed me. I was barely functional, couldn't even think about estate stuff or finances. Claire handled everything. The funeral arrangements, the house sale, all the legal paperwork. I was grateful. I told her that too. Told her I didn't know what I'd do without her taking charge of everything. That was my first mistake. 3 months after Dad's funeral, I finally started coming out of the fog. Started thinking about practical things again. I called Claire one afternoon, just casual, asking when I should expect my share of the inheritance. Nothing accusatory, just a simple question. She said there wasn't much left. Said after all the fees, taxes, estate costs, and realtor commissions, I'd be getting around $15,000. Maybe a bit more once everything fully cleared. She made it sound like she was doing me a favor by managing to salvage even that much. I remember sitting there on my couch, phone pressed to my ear, feeling confused. $15,000. Our parents owned their house outright. Dad had paid off the mortgage years ago and bragged about it constantly. He was meticulous about money, had spreadsheets for everything. He'd mentioned once that the house was worth at least $400,000. Even with a two-way split and fees, $15,000 seemed wrong, really wrong. I tried to bring it up, asked if she was sure about the numbers. Claire got a little irritated, said estates are expensive to settle, and that I should be grateful I was getting anything at all. Some people end up with debt after their parents die, she said. She made me feel stupid for even questioning it, like I was being ungrateful after everything she'd done. I let it go that day. Told myself I didn't understand how estates worked. Told myself Claire wouldn't lie to me about something like this. We were sisters. We'd shared a bedroom until I was 12. She taught me how to drive. She was at the hospital when I had my appendix out at 19. Family doesn't do that to each other. But I couldn't sleep that night, or the next night. I kept running the numbers in my head. Dad had mentioned having savings too. Not a fortune, but he wasn't broke. He had life insurance. Mom had life insurance. Even if the house somehow sold for less than expected, even if there were fees I didn't understand, the math wasn't mathing. I started feeling sick. This creeping dread that settled in my stomach and wouldn't leave. The more I thought about it, the more wrong it felt. But I also kept second-guessing myself. This was Claire. She'd never do something like this, right? 2 weeks of barely sleeping, and I made a decision I never thought I'd have to make. I decided to investigate my own sister. I started by calling the estate lawyer directly. Dad had used the same attorney for years, a guy named Richard Chen. I'd met him a few times at family gatherings. I told him I was trying to understand the estate process better, for my own peace of mind and closure. Made it sound completely innocent. Said I wanted copies of all the documents so I could see where everything went. Like I was just trying to process my grief by understanding the logistics. Richard seemed a little hesitant at first. Said normally the executor handles communication, but since I was a beneficiary, I had a right to the documents. He agreed to send me copies of everything. The will, the property sale records, the distribution forms, all of it. I thanked him and played it casual, like this was just about me needing to see things in writing to feel better. I didn't tell Claire I'd contacted him. That was intentional. Some instinct told me to keep quiet until I knew what I was dealing with. The envelope arrived on a Tuesday. I remember because I'd taken the day off work and was sitting at my kitchen table when the mail came. My hands were shaking when I opened it. Part of me hoped I'd look at everything and feel stupid for being suspicious, that I'd see legitimate fees and taxes that explained the low payout, and I could move on with my life. That's not what happened. I'm not a lawyer and I'm not great with legal documents, but even I could see something was off. There were 2 sets of transfer forms. The original ones, filed with the probate court, showed a standard 50-50 split. Everything divided equally, like the will stated. But then there were revised forms, submitted 3 weeks after the originals. Those forms redirected the majority of the funds to an account I didn't recognize. An account under the name Claire Hendricks. Claire kept her maiden name publicly. Everyone knew her as Claire Morrison. But she'd used her married name, her husband's last name, for this account. I had to read through the papers 3 times before it fully clicked, before I understood what I was looking at. My sister had forged documents. She'd altered the distribution percentages. She'd created a separate account and funneled our parents' money into it. Based on the property sale records and account statements, I estimated she'd stolen over $300,000. Maybe more. I sat there at my kitchen table staring at these papers for I don't know how long. My hands were shaking so hard I had to put the documents down. This wasn't a mistake. This wasn't a misunderstanding about fees or a clerical error. This was calculated, premeditated. My sister had looked me in the eye, hugged me at our father's funeral, and robbed me blind while I was grieving. The worst part was thinking about how she'd watched me struggle. I'd mentioned to her last month that I was picking up extra shifts because money was tight. She'd nodded sympathetically, offered to loan me some cash if I needed it. My own stolen money. She was going to loan me my own money. I didn't cry. I thought I would, but I didn't. Instead, I felt this cold clarity settle over me. I needed to figure out what to do next. Confronting her privately felt pointless. She'd manipulated me this entire time. She'd gaslight me, make excuses, probably convince me I was misunderstanding the documents somehow. Or she'd cry and apologize, and beg me not to take legal action, and some part of me might be stupid enough to let it go because she's family. That's when I remembered something. Dad was paranoid about family disputes. He'd seen his own siblings fight over his parents' estate, and it had destroyed relationships permanently. He'd put clauses in his will specifically to prevent that kind of thing. I grabbed the will and flipped through it until I found what I was looking for. Any proven case of deceit or fraud regarding the estate would result in complete forfeiture of inheritance by the offending party. Dad really had thought of everything. I sat there with that will in my hands and made a decision. I wasn't going to confront Claire privately. I wasn't going to give her a chance to talk her way out of this or manipulate me into letting it go. I was going to set a trap. I was going to make her expose herself in front of people who mattered. I know that sounds cold. I know some people would say I should have handled it differently. But in that moment, I wanted everyone to see exactly who she was. I wanted her to face consequences with witnesses. I picked up my phone and called my sister. When Claire answered, I made my voice light, casual. I told her I'd been thinking about everything she'd done to manage the estate, how hard she must have worked handling all those details while also grieving. I said I wanted to take her out to dinner to celebrate and thank her properly. Make it a nice evening, my treat. There was a pause on her end. She sounded surprised but relieved. Said that would be lovely, that she'd been worried I was upset about the small payout. I told her no. I understood estates were complicated. I was just grateful to have her. We set a date for the following week at this Italian place downtown that does private dining rooms. After we hung up, I sat there feeling disgusted with myself. I've never been good at lying. But apparently grief and betrayal turn you into someone you don't recognize. Next, I started making calls. I invited our Aunt Linda and Aunt Susan, Dad's sisters, also our Uncle Tom, Mom's brother. Told each of them I was organizing a small gathering to celebrate Mom and Dad's lives, get some closure as a family. They all agreed immediately. Nobody questions that kind of thing. Everyone wants closure after losing someone. Then I called Richard Chen, the estate lawyer. This one was trickier. I told him I wanted to officially close out the estate with family present, make it feel more complete. He seemed confused about why that would be necessary, but agreed to attend. I think he could tell something was off in my voice, but he didn't push. I didn't tell anyone the real reason. Didn't hint at what I'd discovered. Just got everyone to agree to show up to the same restaurant at the same time. That week, waiting for the dinner was surreal. I went to work, came home, acted normal. Claire texted me twice asking if she should bring anything or if there was a dress code. I kept my responses brief and friendly. Meanwhile, I couldn't eat, couldn't focus on anything. I kept imagining how it would go down, what she'd say, whether I was doing the right thing. The night of the dinner, I got there early and confirmed the private room. Aunt Linda and Aunt Susan arrived first, then Uncle Tom. Richard showed up looking confused, probably wondering why a lawyer was needed at a family dinner. Then Claire walked in. I watched her face when she saw everyone. She looked uncomfortable but tried to hide it. Gave me this tight smile across the room like she was asking what I was doing but couldn't say it out loud without seeming suspicious. She hugged our aunts, shook Richard's hand, made small talk, played the part perfectly. We all sat down and ordered. For the first hour it was actually nice. People shared memories of Mom and Dad. Aunt Linda told the story about the time Dad tried to fix their TV in the 80s and nearly electrocuted himself. Uncle Tom talked about Mom's terrible cooking when she and Dad first got married. Even Claire laughed and contributed stories. I almost felt bad for what was coming. Almost. Dessert menus came around. That's when I stood up, said I wanted to make a toast. Everyone raised their glasses. I looked directly at Claire and thanked her for managing everything so smoothly during such a difficult time. Said I'd been reviewing the estate documents recently, just trying to understand the process better for my own peace of mind. Then I said I was especially impressed by how thorough she'd been. How she'd even set up that separate account to handle the distributions, the one under her married name. Really clever thinking. The table went silent, like someone had hit a mute button on the whole room. Richard's face went white. He immediately understood what I was saying. Aunt Linda looked between me and Claire, confused. Claire's face had drained of all color, but she tried to laugh it off. Asked what I was talking about, said she didn't know what I meant. I pulled the documents out of my bag, the copies Richard had sent me, put them on the table, and said these were the transfer forms. The original ones filed with the court, and then the revised ones she'd submitted 3 weeks later. Richard stood up, actually stood up from his chair and asked to see the documents. I handed them over, and he started flipping through them right there at the dinner table. His expression got darker with each page. Claire was stammering, looking around the table for support, for someone to tell me I was being crazy. But our aunts and uncle were just staring at her in shock. Uncle Tom had put his fork down and pushed his plate away like he'd lost his appetite. She tried saying it was a misunderstanding, that Richard had told her to set things up that way for tax purposes, that she was just following legal advice. Her voice was getting higher, more desperate. Richard cut her off, said he absolutely did not tell her to do that, said he had no knowledge of any revised forms, and that this looked like fraud. That word hung in the air. Fraud. Claire's whole demeanor changed. The fake confusion dropped and she started panicking, switched tactics completely. Asked if I was really going to do this here, in front of everyone. Said we should talk about it privately, that this was between sisters. Her eyes were filling with tears. I told her she didn't give me a choice when she stole from me. Aunt Susan made this small noise, like a gasp. Uncle Tom was shaking his head. Richard was already on his phone, said he needed to report this immediately and start an official audit. He stepped away from the table to make calls. I could hear him in the corner of the room using words like probate court and investigation. That's when Claire really lost it. Started crying, saying it wasn't supposed to be like this, that she'd made a mistake. She looked at me and said her marriage was struggling, that she had debt nobody knew about, that she needed the money more than I did, like that somehow justified it, like her financial problems gave her the right to rob her own sister while their parents' bodies were barely cold. Aunt Linda tried to say something comforting but stopped herself. What do you even say to that? Uncle Tom spoke up then, quietly, said that our parents would be devastated to see this, to see what Claire had done. That seemed to hit harder than anything else. Claire's face crumpled, and then suddenly it shifted. The sadness turned into something else, something cold. She looked at me with pure hatred, the kind of look that makes you realize you never really knew someone at all. She said I was going to regret this, that I'd destroyed our family over money, that Mom and Dad would be ashamed of me for airing this out in public instead of handling it privately. She grabbed her purse and coat and walked out. Just left the restaurant while Richard was still on the phone with someone from the probate court. Nobody touched their dessert. Aunt Linda was crying. Aunt Susan kept apologizing to me like she was somehow responsible for not seeing this coming. Uncle Tom sat there looking older than I'd ever seen him. Richard came back to the table and said he'd initiated an official audit, that Claire would be required to provide full accounting of all estate assets and distributions. He said if the fraud was proven, which seemed likely based on the documents, she'd be required to return everything. He also said there might be criminal charges, depending on how the court wanted to handle it. Then he mentioned something I hadn't even thought about. Ask if I remembered the clause in Dad's will about deceit, the forfeiture clause. I did remember. I just hadn't fully processed what it meant in this context. Richard explained that if Claire's fraud was proven, she wouldn't just have to return what she stole. She'd forfeit her entire inheritance. Everything would come to me. Aunt Linda said that seemed harsh. Uncle Tom said it seemed like exactly what Dad would have wanted. He'd put that clause there for a reason. I drove home that night feeling numb. I'd wanted to expose Claire. I'd wanted her to face consequences. But sitting in my dark apartment afterward, I couldn't shake the look on her face. That moment when grief and panic turned into pure hatred. That was the moment I realized I'd lost my sister permanently. Whatever relationship we'd had before, whatever childhood memories we shared, it was all gone now. The audit would take months. The legal process would be brutal, but it had started, and there was no stopping it. The audit took 3 months to complete. 3 months of lawyers calling me for information, of providing bank statements and documents, of waiting. Richard kept me updated throughout the process, but told me not to expect it to move quickly. The courts don't rush these things. Claire tried to fight it at first, hired her own lawyer, claimed the revised forms were legitimate corrections she'd made with legal guidance. But Richard had records of every conversation, every email, every piece of advice he'd given her. None of it matched her story. Her lawyer eventually told her she didn't have a case, that the evidence was overwhelming, and she needed to cooperate. Watching the money come back was surreal. It happened in chunks over several weeks, transfers hitting my account with legal reference numbers attached. Money that should have been mine 6 months ago. Money my parents had worked their entire lives to save. Every time a transfer came through, I felt this weird mix of relief and emptiness, like I was getting justice for Mom and Dad, but also watching my family disintegrate in real time. The penalties made it worse. Claire had to pay back everything she took plus interest and court fees. She had to liquidate investments to cover it. I heard through Aunt Linda that she'd taken out a loan against her house. Then Richard brought up the forfeiture clause again. Said the probate court had reviewed the case and determined that Claire's actions constituted deliberate deceit. Under the terms of Dad's will, she was forfeiting her entire inheritance. Everything was coming to me. I didn't even know that clause existed until Richard explained it at the dinner. Dad had put it in there after watching his own siblings destroy their relationships fighting over their parents' estate back in the 90s. He'd told the lawyer he wanted to make sure his daughters never went through that. The irony is pretty brutal when you think about it. He tried to prevent family destruction, and instead created the mechanism for it. Aunt Linda called me after the forfeiture was finalized. Said she thought it was too harsh, that Claire had already paid back what she took. But Uncle Tom disagreed. He said Claire had made her choice when she decided to steal from her own sister during the worst period of both their lives. That actions have consequences. The family split pretty cleanly down those lines. Linda and Susan thought I should have handled it privately, maybe even let some of it go for the sake of keeping the family together. Tom said I did exactly what needed to be done. The worst part came about a month after everything was settled. Claire's husband filed for divorce. I found out through Facebook, of all places. Apparently she'd been hiding debt from him too. Credit cards he didn't know about. Loans she'd taken out without telling him. The inheritance theft was just the final straw. He was done. Claire moved out of their house and into an apartment across town. Then a few months later she moved to a different city entirely. Aunt Linda said she needed a fresh start, that everyone here knew what had happened, and she couldn't face it. I don't know where she ended up. Somewhere in Colorado, I think. She texts me sometimes. Not often, but enough that I haven't completely blocked her. The messages are always the same theme. I'm heartless. I'm vindictive. I destroyed her life over money. Family doesn't turn on each other like this. I'm worse than she ever was because at least she didn't humiliate her sister in front of everyone. I've blocked and unblocked her number probably a dozen times. Sometimes I want to respond, to defend myself, to point out that she's the one who stole and lied. Other times I just want to forget she exists. Mostly I do nothing and let the messages sit there unread. Some of our mutual friends have reached out. A couple of them said I went too far with the public confrontation, that I could have gotten the money back without destroying her marriage and her reputation. One friend actually told me I was cruel for setting a trap instead of giving Claire a chance to make it right. Other people congratulated me, said they wished they had the guts to stand up to family like that, said Claire got what she deserved. I don't know which group is right. Maybe both, maybe neither. It's been 4 months since that dinner. 4 months of processing everything. I started seeing a therapist because I couldn't sleep and kept having these dreams where Mom and Dad were disappointed in me. Not in Claire, in me. For tearing the family apart. For choosing money over my sister. My therapist says that's normal, that I'm projecting my own guilt onto my parents. But the dreams don't stop. I've been using the inheritance the way I think Mom and Dad would have wanted. Paid off my car and put a down payment on a small house. Started a savings account that I'm not touching. Set up a college fund even though I don't have kids yet, just in case someday I do. trying to honor their memory by being responsible with money they worked so hard to save. But I'm not going to pretend it feels good. The financial security is nice. Not worrying about rent or whether I can afford groceries is a relief. But every time I look at my bank account, I think about the cost. About Claire, somewhere in Colorado, probably struggling to make ends meet. About holidays that are going to be awkward and incomplete forever. About how my future kids won't have an aunt who cares about them. Sometimes, I see posts online about family reconciliation and forgiveness. Articles about how holding grudges hurts you more than the other person. Stories about siblings who fought and found their way back to each other. And I wonder if I'm supposed to forgive her, if that's what Mom and Dad would have actually wanted. They put that forfeiture clause in the will, sure, but they also raised us to love each other, to be there for each other. I genuinely don't know if I could have handled it differently and gotten the same result. If I'd confronted Claire privately, would she have actually returned the money? Or would she have hidden it better, moved it somewhere I couldn't track it, dragged things out until I gave up? The public exposure felt necessary at the time. It felt like the only way to force accountability. But maybe I'm just justifying it to myself. Maybe I wanted revenge and dressed it up as justice. Last week, Claire sent an email. My number is blocked, so she can't text anymore. The subject line just said, "We need to talk." I haven't opened it. It's been sitting in my inbox for 5 days now, and I look at it every time I check my email. Part of me wants to delete it without reading it. Part of me is curious what she has to say after 4 months of silence. Part of me wonders if maybe she's finally ready to really apologize. Not the deflecting, excuse-making apology she tried at the restaurant, but an actual acknowledgement of what she did and why it was wrong. But the bigger part of me thinks it doesn't even matter anymore. An apology doesn't undo the theft. It doesn't rebuild trust. It doesn't bring back the sister I thought I had. That person either never existed or died the day she decided to forge those documents. So the email sits there, unopened. A potential door I'm not sure I want to walk through. Some people would say I owe it to myself to read it, to hear her out. Others would say I don't owe her anything after what she did. I'm not sure which is right. I'm not sure I'll ever be sure about any of this. All I know is that I exposed my sister for stealing our parents' inheritance, and in doing so, I lost my family anyway. The money is mine. The house is mine. The future Mom and Dad planned for me is secure. But the cost was higher than I expected it to be. And I'm still not entirely sure if it was worth it. It all came crashing down when I made my ex-fiancé face what he did to me in front of everyone. I, 31, had been engaged to Mark, 34, for what I thought would be the beginning of our forever. We'd been together for 6 years, and Tina, 30, my best friend since college, was supposed to stand beside me as my maid of honor. Everyone called us the perfect couple. His friends, my friends, our families, they all said we were relationship goals or whatever. I actually believed it too. For context, I wasn't just along for the ride in this relationship. I supported Mark through grad school, paid part of his rent when he was broke, covered groceries more times than I can count. I believed in him when he was struggling, and I was so proud when he finally landed his job. The wedding planning had been going on for 8 months. We'd already sent invitations to 150 guests, booked the venue, paid deposits on everything. My dress had been altered twice to get it perfect. Then about 5 weeks before the wedding, things started feeling off. Mark began coming home later and later, usually around 11 p.m. or after. His phone was always face down on the table. When I'd ask about his day, he'd give these vague answers about work projects and networking events. I tried not to be that person, the paranoid fiancé, but my gut kept telling me something was wrong. Tina started acting weird around the same time. She canceled our dress-fitting appointments twice, stopped responding to my texts as quickly, always had an excuse for why she couldn't meet up. Looking back now, the timing should have been obvious, but I was too busy planning centerpieces and seating charts to connect the dots. The night I found out, Mark told me he'd be working late again. I was home alone, trying to finalize some details with our venue, so I opened our shared laptop to pull up the contract. That's when the messages popped up. A chat window, already open, between Mark and Tina. I sat there, staring at the screen for probably a full minute before my brain could process what I was seeing. The messages were explicit. Not just emotional affair explicit, physically explicit. I scrolled up through the history and my stomach dropped. They'd been doing this for 11 months, almost a full year. There were messages from dates I remembered clearly. My birthday dinner where Mark stepped out to take a work call. The weekend he said he had a conference. The nights Tina claimed she was too tired to help with wedding planning. They'd even joked about me in some of the texts. Called me clueless. Laughed about how focused I was on napkin colors. I took screenshots of everything. Hundreds of messages. Saved them to the cloud, to a USB drive. Emailed them to myself. My hands were shaking the entire time. When Mark came home around midnight, I was in bed pretending to be asleep. He kissed my forehead and went to shower. I just lay there in the dark. The next morning, Tina texted me about bridesmaid dress colors. I responded like nothing was wrong. Mark made coffee and talked about his day ahead. I smiled and kissed him goodbye. Something inside me had shifted during that long night awake. They'd humiliated me in secret for almost a year. They didn't get to walk away clean. The wedding was in less than a month, and I'd already decided. I wasn't canceling anything. The next few weeks were the hardest performance of my life. I went to the final dress fitting with Tina gushing about how beautiful I looked. I sat through the rehearsal dinner with both of them there, playing happy couple and best friend, while I played my part too. Mark's bachelor party happened, and I wondered if he'd see her after. The night before the wedding, he told me he loved me. I said it back. Wedding day morning, I woke up in the hotel room with my bridesmaids, including Tina. She helped me with my makeup, talked about how lucky I was, how Mark was such a good guy. I had my phone in my clutch the entire time, with the audio file I'd prepared, me reading their messages aloud. I'd recorded it 2 days earlier, and must have listened to it 50 times to make sure it was clear. The venue looked exactly like I'd planned. All 150 guests showed up. My dad walked me down the aisle and asked if I was ready. I told him yes. There was this brief moment when I saw Mark standing at the altar, smiling at me, where I remembered all the good times we'd had. 6 years of memories. Then I saw Tina in her bridesmaid dress, standing right there where a real friend should have been, and any doubt I had disappeared completely. The ceremony started normally. Music, readings, everything going according to plan. Mark was holding my hands, looking at me like I was his whole world. The officiant went through the standard script, and then he got to that part. If anyone has any objections to this union, speak now or forever hold your peace. I said, actually I do. The room went completely silent. I pulled out my phone and walked over to the venue's sound system. I'd tested this during rehearsal the day before, so I knew exactly how to connect it. My hands were surprisingly steady. I said something like, "Before we go any further, I think everyone should know the truth about the groom and my maid of honor." Then I pressed play. My voice came through the speakers, reading their messages. Mark to Tina, "Can't wait until this wedding is over and we don't have to sneak around anymore." Tina to Mark, "She has no idea, she's so focused on centerpieces." I'd kept the recording to about 90 seconds, just the worst messages, the ones with timestamps showing this had been going on for 11 months. Some of them were more explicit, but I'm not going to repeat those here. The gasps started immediately. Mark's face went white, then red. Tina started crying and literally ran for the exit. Mark lunged for my phone, but I stepped back. I handed him a folder I'd prepared, printed screenshots, all organized by date. I told him, "You can keep these for your honeymoon. I'm sure you'll want the memories." His mom was crying. My mom looked like she was in shock. Half the guests were frozen, and the other half started whispering all at once. I turned to everyone and said, "Thank you for coming," that the reception was already paid for, so they should stay and enjoy it. But I was leaving. Then I walked out in my wedding dress. My sister and 2 friends followed me, but I honestly don't remember getting to the car. I went back to the hotel and changed out of my dress while my friends sat there not knowing what to say. My phone started blowing up immediately. Texts, calls, voicemails. My sister told me the venue cleared out pretty fast after I left. Mark tried calling 15 times in the first hour. I blocked him. Tina sent this long apology text that I deleted after reading the first line. The next few days, I stayed at my sister's place to avoid our apartment. Mark's parents reached out. His mom was apologetic and horrified. His dad said I'd made a scene. But the worst part was my own family being divided. My mom was supportive but quiet about it. My dad was angry. He told me I could have handled it privately, that I embarrassed the whole family, that this was cruel. That conversation hurt more than anything Mark had done, honestly. By the end of the first week, extended family had weighed in. Some people were on my side, saying he deserved it and they were proud of me. Others thought I went too far. My aunt called me vindictive and said this is why I'm single now, which was a nice touch. My dad kept pushing the issue, saying I'd cost him money since he paid for part of the wedding, that I should have just canceled and told people quietly. My mom finally told him that I'd been humiliated for a year behind my back, so one day of public truth seemed fair. Through mutual friends, I heard Mark moved in with Tina about 2 weeks after the wedding. They're officially together now, apparently. That somehow made everything worse and better at the same time. I lost around a third of our mutual friends. Some of Mark's close friends sent me angry messages about ruining his reputation. I blocked all of them. The practical stuff was a mess. Mark moved out of our apartment and I kept it. Dividing our things was awkward. He wanted the coffee maker that I'd bought, and I just let him have it to be done with everything. We'd lost the deposits on the honeymoon, but the venue had been paid for thanks to my parents. I got my wedding dress preserved for some reason. Still don't know why I did that. Someone at the wedding recorded part of what happened and it got shared on social media. I never watched the video. I got messages from complete strangers, half supporting me and half saying I was psycho. I deleted all my social media accounts for a while. It's been 3 months now. I'm living alone in our old apartment, going to therapy every week, back at work after taking 2 weeks off. My coworkers don't ask questions anymore. The wedding dress is still hanging in the back of my closet, and I can't bring myself to get rid of it. Some days I feel completely justified. Other days I wonder if I went too far, if public humiliation made me just as bad as them. My dad still barely talks to me, and that relationship might be permanently damaged. I'm grieving more than just Mark and Tina. I'm grieving the future I'd planned, and possibly my relationship with my father, too. So, Reddit, am I the asshole for exposing my cheating fiancé and maid of honor at what was supposed to be my wedding? Because 3 months later, I still can't decide if I did the right thing, or if I just became the villain in my own story. It all fell apart the night I made my lying coworker regret stealing my promotion. I, 28, work as a project coordinator at a mid-sized marketing firm downtown. I've always been the quiet but reliable type. I don't get involved in office gossip. I meet my deadlines, and I generally try to avoid drama. My coworker Eli is the complete opposite. He's charming, loud, and has this way of making everything about him. The worst part is how good he is at taking credit for other people's work. For 6 months, we'd been working on this massive campaign pitch for a potential client in the tech industry. It was the kind of project that could make or break careers at our firm. Management made it clear that whoever pulled this off was looking at a serious promotion. Eli and I were assigned as co-leads, which I was actually excited about at first. I handled all the logistics, the data analysis, the client communication, the research, the strategy frameworks. Eli focused on making it look pretty and adding his presentation flair. I genuinely thought we made a good team. He had skills I didn't, and I figured we'd both get recognized for our parts. I should mention that this wasn't the first time Eli had pulled something shady. A few months before this, he'd taken credit for a social media strategy I'd developed during a team meeting. When I tried to speak up, he just talked over me and moved on. Another time, he'd forwarded one of my client emails to our boss and presented my ideas as suggestions he was proposing. I let it slide both times because I didn't want to seem petty or difficult. But this was different. This was months of my life. 3 weeks ago, I walked into the office and immediately knew something was off. People were congratulating Eli left and right. I had no idea what was happening until our boss called an impromptu team meeting. He stood up and started praising Eli's brilliant strategic thinking on the campaign. He said the presentation Eli had shown him was genius, that the client research was thorough, that the data modeling was impressive. My data modeling, my research, my strategy. I just sat there while everyone clapped. My stomach dropped so hard I thought I might be sick. Eli caught my eye for half a second and quickly looked away. He knew exactly what he'd done. After the meeting, I cornered him in the break room. I asked him point blank why he'd presented our project as his solo work to our boss. He didn't even have the decency to look guilty. He just shrugged and said that's business, that I'd get my chance next time. Like I was being naive for expecting basic honesty. Like 6 months of my work was just something he could claim because he got to the boss first. I didn't yell. I didn't threaten him. I just walked away. But here's the thing. We still had to present the campaign to the actual client in 2 weeks. Eli might have fooled our boss, but the client presentation was going to be different. That night, I went home and started planning. I wasn't going to run to HR or send passive-aggressive emails. I was going to let the truth speak for itself. I spent the next 2 weeks preparing. I had access to all our shared files, all the original documents, every email thread with timestamps. I went through everything and created additional slides that I embedded into our presentation deck. These weren't obvious. They were hidden in the appendix section, formatted to look like standard backup data. Each one showed clear authorship metadata, timestamps from when I'd created the original analyses, and internal notes with my name and email signature. I even included a few email screenshots showing me sending strategy drafts to Eli for his feedback. The night before the presentation, I barely slept. I kept running through scenarios in my head. Part of me wondered if I was going too far, but then I'd remember Eli's face when he shrugged at me in the break room. That's business. No, this was business. The morning of the client meeting, Eli was his usual confident self. We met in the conference room 30 minutes early to set up. There were going to be 4 people from the client side: our boss, 2 other senior managers from our firm, and us. High stakes. Eli did a few practice runs of his opening, completely in his element. I just nodded along and made sure the presentation file was loaded correctly on the system. The clients arrived right on time. Eli launched into his pitch with his typical charisma. I have to admit, he's good at commanding a room. For the first 20 minutes, everything went smoothly. He covered the brand positioning, the target demographics, the creative concepts. All stuff that looked good but didn't require deep knowledge of the actual strategy. Then, one of the clients, their marketing director, asked about our customer segmentation model. Specifically, she wanted to know how we'd weighted the different demographic factors and what data sources we'd used. It was a technical question, and Eli completely froze. He fumbled for a few seconds, trying to give a vague answer about industry best practices. The client pressed harder. She wanted specifics. I jumped in. I said that section was based on my data analysis, and I could walk them through it. I pulled up the next slide, which happened to be one of my embedded ones. There on the screen was the full demographic breakdown, with my name in the document properties, a timestamp from 4 months ago, and detailed methodology notes that clearly showed my analytical approach. The room went quiet. Our boss leaned forward in his seat. I just kept talking, explaining the model like it was completely normal. Then I clicked to another backup slide that showed the client communication timeline. Every email I'd sent, every call I'd logged, all with dates and my signature. One of the senior managers asked Eli to explain how the data reconciled with some of the claims he'd made earlier. Eli tried. He really did. But he didn't know the answers because he hadn't done the work. He mumbled something about collaborative processes and different versions of the analysis. It was painful to watch, honestly. Our boss's face said everything. He'd figured it out. Everyone in that room had figured it out. We somehow made it through the rest of the presentation. I handled most of the technical questions while Eli just stood there looking like he wanted to disappear. The clients seemed satisfied with the pitch itself, but the tension in the room was impossible to ignore. After they left, our boss asked to speak with both of us separately. Eli went first. I sat outside the office for 20 minutes, listening to muffled voices through the door. When it was my turn, our boss didn't waste time. He asked me directly why I hadn't come to him when Eli took credit for the work. I told him the truth. I said I wanted to handle it professionally, and that I knew the client presentation would reveal who actually understood the project. He wasn't happy about the method, but he couldn't argue with the results. He told me he'd be recommending me for the promotion, and that HR would be looking into the situation with Eli. The promotion came through 2 weeks later. Eli didn't get it, obviously. About a month after that, HR quietly moved him to a different department. Not fired, just reassigned to a role where he'd have less client interaction and no direct reports. I heard through the office grapevine that it was part of some agreement to avoid a bigger mess. He doesn't work on my floor anymore, and we haven't spoken since that day. But here's where it gets complicated. Not everyone sees it the way I do. A few of my coworkers have made comments about how I handled things. Sarah from accounts said I set Eli up, and that it was cruel to humiliate him in front of clients like that. Marcus, who sits 2 desks over, told me I should have just gone to HR from the start instead of playing games. They act like I committed some terrible betrayal by letting the truth come out publicly instead of handling it behind closed doors. I've tried explaining that I didn't lie or manipulate anything. I literally just showed the work I'd actually done, with proof and timestamps. The slides were already part of our presentation materials, just in the appendix. If Eli had actually done the work he claimed, he would have known the answers to those questions. He embarrassed himself by not knowing basic details about a project he supposedly led. Still, there are moments where I wonder if I went too far. The look on his face when he realized what was happening wasn't exactly satisfying. It was just uncomfortable. And yeah, I definitely knew those questions would expose him. I knew he wouldn't be able to answer them. I could have pulled him aside beforehand and threatened to reveal everything unless he came clean. Maybe that would have been the more mature approach. But then I think about him shrugging at me in that break room. That's business. He didn't feel bad about stealing 6 months of my work. He wasn't planning to make it right. If I'd gone to HR first, it would have been my word against his, and Eli's better at talking than I am. So I guess my question is whether the way I exposed him makes me just as bad as he is. My wedding turned into revenge when I made my brother's lies collapse in front of everyone. I, 29-year-old Lafell, recently got married, but what should have been the happiest day of my life turned into something I never could have predicted. My older brother Evan, 32, and I have always had a complicated relationship. He's the golden child who could do no wrong in our parents' eyes, and I was always the difficult one just for having boundaries and opinions of my own. When my fiancé Daniel and I got engaged last year, I was over the moon. We'd been together for 4 years, and he proposed during a weekend trip to the coast. It was perfect. What wasn't perfect was when Evan offered to help with the wedding planning. I didn't want his help, honestly. But my parents pushed hard, saying it would be a good bonding experience and that Evan had great taste and connections. Against my better judgment, I agreed. The problem started almost immediately. Small things at first. He'd suggest vendors, and when I'd pick someone else, he'd act hurt and tell my parents I was being stubborn. Then, the changes started happening behind my back. I found out he'd contacted our caterer and switched our menu to something cheaper, claiming I'd approved it. I hadn't. When I confronted him, he said he was just trying to help us stay within budget and that I was being ungrateful. My parents backed him up, saying he was doing us a favor and I should appreciate it. It got worse. 3 months before the wedding, I discovered he'd cut 5 of my friends from the guest list without asking me. Just removed them and told the venue we had a smaller head count. His excuse was that we needed to keep costs down and that Daniel's family wasn't contributing as much as expected, so sacrifices had to be made. That didn't sound right to me because Daniel's parents had been nothing but generous, but Evan was so convincing that I started doubting myself. Daniel noticed I was stressed and sat me down one night. He told me something felt off about the whole situation and that we should start checking on things ourselves. That's when we started digging. 1 week before the wedding, Daniel's mom mentioned something that made my blood run cold. She said she was sorry our families couldn't split costs more evenly, but she understood that my family had already contributed so much to the venue deposit. Except my parents hadn't paid for the venue. Daniel and I had. Or at least, we'd given Evan the money to pay for it, since he claimed he could get us a discount through a connection. I checked our bank statements that night. We'd given Evan $8,000 for the venue deposit back in January. I called the venue directly the next morning and asked about our payment history. They told me they'd only received $3,000 as a deposit. $5,000 was just gone. I also started asking around. Turns out Evan had been telling everyone that Daniel's family refused to help financially and that I was being a bridezilla about the whole thing. He'd painted himself as the hero swooping in to save his ungrateful sister's wedding. I wanted to cancel everything. I wanted to scream. Daniel held me while I cried, and then he said something that changed everything. He asked if I wanted to let Evan get away with it, or if I wanted everyone to finally see who he really was. We spent the next 6 days collecting every receipt, every text message, every email. We had bank statements, screenshots, everything. And I decided I wasn't going to confront him privately. Not this time. The morning of the wedding, I was surprisingly calm. My bridesmaids kept asking if I was nervous, and I told them I was just excited. What I didn't tell them was that I'd barely slept, going over the plan in my head. Daniel and I had coordinated everything with the venue's AV person the day before. They thought we just wanted to display some photos during the reception, but we had something else in mind. Evan was everywhere that morning, playing the doting brother role perfectly. He kept checking on me, asking if I needed anything, making sure my parents saw how helpful he was being. I smiled and thanked him every time. My mom kept saying how lucky I was to have such a caring brother. I just nodded. The ceremony itself was beautiful. I wish I could have been more present for it, but I kept thinking about what was coming next. Daniel squeezed my hand during the vows like he knew where my mind was. We'd made a pact the night before that no matter what happened at the reception, we wouldn't let it ruin the fact that we were married. That part was ours. The reception started normally enough. Dinner was served, people were mingling, and Evan was working the room like he always does. Charming everyone, making jokes, being the life of the party. My parents looked so proud of him. Daniel's parents were polite, but I could tell they were uncomfortable. They'd figured out something was wrong during the planning process, even if they didn't know the details yet. Then it was time for speeches. My dad went first, then Daniel's dad, then my maid of honor. Everything was going according to tradition, and then Evan stood up. I don't even know if he was officially supposed to give a speech, but nobody was going to tell the golden child no. He started talking about how close we'd always been growing up, which was a lie, but everyone ate it up. He talked about how honored he was to help plan the wedding, and how it had been challenging at times but so rewarding. Then he said it. He said it had been an honor helping me through everything, especially when things got difficult with the planning and the budget constraints. I saw my opening. Before he could even sit down, I stood up and asked for the mic. He looked confused but handed it over, probably thinking I was going to thank him. I took a breath and said that since Evan brought up his help, I thought everyone deserved to know what that help actually looked like. The room got quiet. Daniel gave me a small nod from his seat. I laid it all out. The unauthorized menu changes, the deleted guests, the lies he'd told about Daniel's family refusing to contribute financially. And then the big one, the $5,000 he'd pocketed from our venue deposit. While I was talking, the AV person put everything up on the screens around the room. Bank statements, text messages, emails, all of it. You could have heard a pin drop. My parents looked like they'd been slapped. Daniel's parents looked vindicated, like everything suddenly made sense. My bridesmaids had their hands over their mouths, and Evan just stood there, his face going from confident to pale in about 10 seconds. He tried to laugh it off at first, saying I was just stressed and confused, so I told everyone I'd already sent digital copies to their emails and they could check for themselves. I watched people pull out their phones. I watched the realization spread across the room. Evan tried to say something else, but someone in the back yelled that they could see the bank transfer right there in their inbox. That's when he lost it. He knocked over his chair and stormed out, saying I was insane and that this was all some kind of misunderstanding. My parents immediately got up and rushed after him, but not before my mom turned to me with a look I'd never seen before. Pure rage. Within 5 minutes, my parents came back without Evan and pulled me aside. They didn't ask if I was okay. They didn't ask for my side. They asked how I could do this, how I could humiliate my brother at my own wedding, how I could air family business in front of everyone like this. My dad said I owed Evan an apology immediately, and that's when I realized this wasn't over, not even close. I told my parents right there at the reception that I wasn't apologizing for telling the truth. My dad said I'd ruined my own wedding over money and drama. My mom said I'd humiliated the entire family. I pointed out that Evan humiliated himself by stealing from us, but they weren't hearing it. Daniel's parents actually stepped in at that point and told my parents they were out of line. It got tense. At my own wedding reception. We decided to just continue with the night. Some guests left early, clearly uncomfortable with the whole situation. But most of my friends stayed, and Daniel's whole family rallied around us. My maid of honor got everyone back to dancing, and honestly, after the initial shock wore off, I felt lighter than I had in months. Our first dance was different than I'd imagined, but it also felt more real somehow, like we'd already survived our first major crisis as a married couple. The week after the wedding was chaos. Evan blocked me on everything. My parents called non-stop, leaving voicemails about how I needed to make this right and apologize publicly. The family group chat exploded with relatives taking sides. My aunt said I should have handled it privately. My uncle said Evan had it coming. My cousin messaged me separately to say Evan had borrowed $3,000 from her 2 years ago and never paid it back. Apparently, I wasn't the only one he'd stolen from. Daniel and I met with a lawyer about 10 days after the wedding. She said we definitely had a case for the stolen deposit and could pursue it in small claims court, or potentially press criminal charges for theft. But she also warned us it would make the family situation even worse. We decided to start with a formal demand letter, giving Evan 30 days to pay us back. His response came through a lawyer. He denied everything and threatened to sue us for defamation and emotional distress. His lawyer's letter said we damaged his reputation and caused him psychological harm. It was honestly laughable, considering we had all the proof, but it showed he wasn't planning to take any responsibility. 2 weeks after the wedding, my parents demanded a family meeting. They wanted me to publicly apologize to Evan and drop any legal action. My mom actually said that if I didn't, I was choosing to tear the family apart. Not Evan for stealing, me for exposing it. That's when it really hit me that they were never going to see my side. They were never going to hold him accountable. He could do anything and they'd find a way to blame me for making it a problem. It's been 3 weeks now since the wedding. Evan hasn't paid back a cent. My parents only contact me to guilt-trip me about destroying the family. But I've also heard from relatives I barely knew, telling me their own stories about Evan borrowing money or manipulating situations. My dad's sister told me she'd been waiting years for someone to finally call Evan out. Daniel and I are considering going no contact with my parents. His family has been incredible through all of this, which makes it hurt more that my own parents can't see what Evan did wrong. Our lawyer is ready to file in small claims court whenever we give the word. The weird thing is, I don't regret the wedding speech. I thought I might, but I don't. I've never felt freer than I do right now, even though I'm also grieving the family I thought I had. My parents left another voicemail yesterday saying if we pursue legal action, they won't acknowledge any future grandchildren. So that's where things stand. Some friends think I'm a hero. Others have quietly distanced themselves, probably thinking I'm dramatic. My parents act like I'm the villain, and Evan just sent me a text this morning for the first time since the wedding. I haven't opened it yet. Never thought my ex would regret cheating until I let karma do the work. I'm 29 Family F, and this is about my ex, Jake, who I dated for almost 4 years. I really thought we had something real. We were saving for a house together, talking about our future, the whole 9 yards. I even helped him pay off a huge chunk of his debt, we're talking thousands of dollars, because I wanted us to start our life together with a clean slate. Stupid, right? Turns out I was basically funding his relationship with another woman. It all started unraveling about 3 months ago, when I noticed something weird on our shared bank account. We'd opened it about 2 years into the relationship to save for the house and manage joint expenses. I was scrolling through transactions one night, just doing our monthly budget check, when I saw a charge from a jewelry store I didn't recognize. $847 to be exact. My stomach dropped. The name next to it wasn't mine. It said Lauren, with a heart emoji in the memo line. I walked into the living room where Jake was playing video games and asked him about it as casually as I could manage. He barely looked up from his screen and told me it was a surprise for me, a late birthday gift. I smiled and said that was sweet, but my mind was racing. My birthday had been 2 months earlier, and he'd already given me a gift, a blender, which I'd specifically asked for. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that transaction, about the name, about the heart emoji. The next morning I started paying attention to things I'd been too trusting to notice before. The way he tilted his phone away from me when texting. How he'd started going to the gym more often at odd hours. The new cologne. I'm not proud of what I did next, but I checked his phone while he was in the shower. I know. But something in my gut told me I needed to see the truth. And there it was. Messages to someone named Lauren. Months worth of them. Flirty texts, plans to meet up. Photos I definitely didn't want to see. He'd even told her he loved her. I felt like I couldn't breathe. 4 years. I'd given him 4 years. Helped him through his debt, supported his career change, and this is what I got? But here's the thing. I didn't confront him right then. I thought about it, almost did it a dozen times, but something stopped me. Maybe it was anger, maybe it was hurt, but I wanted more than just a breakup. I wanted him to feel what I felt. So I started gathering evidence. I took screenshots of everything I could find. I went through our shared bank account and documented every suspicious charge. Turns out there were a lot more than just the jewelry. Dinners at restaurants we'd never been to together. Hotel rooms. Flowers that never made it to me. I even found out he'd bought her a weekend trip to the coast using money from our house fund. 3 weeks of this. 3 weeks of pretending everything was fine while I built my case. 3 weeks of him kissing me goodnight while texting her sweet messages. It was torture, but I kept going because I knew exactly what I needed to do. I decided to throw a celebration dinner to commemorate us finally being debt-free. His last payment had just cleared, thanks largely to the money I'd contributed. When I suggested it, he loved the idea. Said we should make it special, invite some people. Perfect. I invited 6 people to the dinner. Our 2 closest couple friends, Matt and Jessica, who we'd known since college, and Jake's parents. His mom had always been sweet to me, and his dad was the type of guy who valued honesty and integrity above everything else. Jake thought I was being thoughtful, including his parents. He had no idea what was coming. I spent 2 days preparing everything. Cooked his favorite meal, bought expensive wine, set the table with our nice dishes. I even wore the dress he'd always said he loved on me. I played the role of happy girlfriend perfectly, and honestly, that was the hardest part. Smiling at him while knowing what I was about to do. Everyone arrived around 7. Jake's mom brought dessert. His dad shook my hand and thanked me for having them over. Matt brought up the house hunting we'd supposedly be starting soon, and I just smiled and said we'd have some updates soon. If only they knew. Dinner went smoothly at first. Everyone was laughing, drinking wine, talking about old memories. Jake kept squeezing my hand under the table, probably thinking this meant I was ready to take the next step with him. Meanwhile, I had a gift bag sitting next to my chair, and I swear it felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. After we finished eating, I stood up and cleared my throat. I told everyone I had a gift for Jake to celebrate this milestone. He looked surprised but pleased. I handed him the bag and explained it was a photo album, a walk down memory lane. He pulled it out, grinning, started flipping through the first few pages. There were pictures of us from our first year together, our first apartment, a trip we took to the mountains. His smile was genuine as he showed his parents some of the photos. Then he turned the page. The first screenshot was a text message between him and Lauren. I watched his face drain of color. He looked up at me, then back down at the album. Flipped to the next page. More messages. Then the jewelry receipt with Lauren's name on it. Then photos I'd found on his hidden Instagram account. Him and her together at places he'd told me were work trips. His mom leaned over to see what he was looking at and gasped. Actually gasped. His dad stood up without saying a word and walked to the kitchen. I could feel the tension in the room shift completely. Jake finally managed to ask what the hell this was. I told him calmly that it was evidence of his affair with Lauren. 4 months' worth, from what I could find, though I suspected it had been longer. He tried to flip it on me, asked how I could go through his phone, said I had no right. But I cut him off and reminded him that he'd spent nearly $1,000 of our joint savings on jewelry for another woman. That he'd used money from our house fund to take her on vacation. That he'd told her he loved her while sleeping in the bed we shared. He started making excuses, said it wasn't what it looked like, that he'd made a mistake, that Lauren meant nothing. His mom was crying now. His dad came back from the kitchen and told Jake they were leaving, his voice cold in a way I'd never heard before. Then I dropped the final bomb. I told everyone I'd already moved my money out of our joint account. The apartment lease was renewed last week under my name only, since I'd been paying 70% of the rent anyway. I'd filed to have him removed from our shared accounts. His name was off everything, and he had until the end of the month to find somewhere else to live. The dinner ended pretty quickly after that. Matt and Jessica left without finishing their wine, both of them hugging me on the way out. Jake's dad shook my hand again and told me I deserved better. His mom apologized through tears, which honestly made me feel worse than anything else that night. Jake just stood there as everyone left, staring at the photo album on the table. The next 2 weeks were a blur. Jake moved his stuff out in stages, mostly while I was at work. He'd leave passive-aggressive notes sometimes, things like, "Hope you're happy," or, "You could have just talked to me." Each one made me angrier because he still didn't seem to get it. His texts were worse. Long paragraphs about how I'd humiliated him in front of everyone, how I'd destroyed his relationship with his parents, how I could have just broken up with him privately like a normal person. He called me vindictive, cruel, psychotic even. Maybe he was right about the humiliation part, but I kept thinking about how he wasn't ashamed when he was cheating on me privately. How he had no problem lying to my face every single day while spending my money on another woman. Our mutual friends split pretty predictably. A few people told me I went too far, that public humiliation wasn't the answer. But most of them sided with me once they heard the full story. Matt told me that Jake had actually tried to convince him that I'd overreacted and that his thing with Lauren was barely physical. Whatever that means. The weirdest part? Lauren contacted me about a month after everything went down. Sent me a DM on Instagram. Apparently Jake had told her I'd been the one cheating, that we were basically over anyway, that I was crazy and controlling. She'd believed him until his story fell apart after the dinner. Turns out mutual friends talk. She apologized, said she felt terrible, that she'd ended things with him immediately. I didn't respond. What was I supposed to say? Jake moved back in with his parents. His mom texts me sometimes asking how I'm doing, which is awkward but kind of nice. She told me that Jake's been telling everyone he can that I'm a monster, but that his dad doesn't want to hear it. Apparently there was a big fight where his dad told him he was too old to play the victim when he'd created the mess himself. As for me, I'm doing okay. Some days are harder than others. The apartment feels empty sometimes, and I catch myself almost texting him before I remember. I've been going to therapy, which helps. Started hanging out with friends I'd neglected during the relationship. Picked up painting again. The house fund money, what was left after I took my portion back, is now my emergency savings. I'm not ready to think about buying a house anymore. Maybe someday, but not now. I still wonder sometimes if I did the right thing. Was the public exposure too much? Should I have just packed his bags and changed the locks quietly? Part of me feels guilty for involving his parents. Part of me doesn't regret a single thing. Last week, I saw on social media that Jake's dating someone new already. Some girl from his gym. They look happy in the photos he's posting. The same kind of happy we looked in our photos. I wonder if he's told her about me, about what happened. I wonder if he's learned anything, or if he's just better at hiding his phone now. Nothing could prepare my uncle for the day I made him pay for what he did to my grandfather. I, 34, was always close to my grandfather. And when I say close, I mean he practically raised me. My parents split when I was 7, and neither of them really had their shit together after that. So Grandpa stepped in. He taught me how to fix cars in his garage, how to balance a checkbook, how to treat people with actual respect. He was more of a father to me than my own dad ever was. My Uncle Rob, though, complete opposite. He was the family leech. For as long as I can remember, he was always borrowing money from Grandpa. Always had some sob story about his business failing, or his car breaking down, or his rent being due. And Grandpa, being the kind man he was, always helped him out. Rob would promise to pay it back when things got better. They never did. This went on for decades. My younger sister and I were the ones who actually took care of Grandpa in his final years. We're talking doctor's appointments, grocery runs, making sure he took his medications. Rob would show up maybe twice a year, usually around Christmas, and always with his hand out. When Grandpa passed 6 months ago, he left behind a modest inheritance. Nothing crazy, but enough to matter. The will was clear. Most of it was going to me and my sister, since we'd been there for him. Rob got a small amount, maybe $5,000. You'd think that would be fine, right? Wrong. Rob lost his mind at the lawyer's office, started yelling about how Grandpa must have been confused when he signed the papers, how he was the eldest son and deserved more. All this bullshit. The lawyer had to threaten to call security to get him to leave. I remember just sitting there, watching him make a scene, thinking about all those years he bled Grandpa dry. 1 week later, I got a call from the lawyer. Someone had broken into his office overnight. They didn't take any money or computers. Just one thing, the original copy of Grandpa's will. The lawyer still had scans and backup copies, but the signed original was gone. We all knew who did it, but knowing and proving are two different things. I wanted to confront Rob immediately, drive to his place and make him admit what he'd done. But my sister talked me down. She said we needed to be smart about this, not emotional. And she was right. If I came at him directly, he'd just deny everything and we'd have nothing. So I decided to wait. I needed proof. 2 days after the will went missing, I found out Rob had moved into Grandpa's house. Just packed up his stuff and took it over like it was already his. The house was technically part of the estate, so it was supposed to stay empty until everything was settled. But there he was, acting like he owned the place. That's when I got an idea. I called Rob and asked if I could stop by to pick up some of Grandpa's personal items. Things that had sentimental value, you know? Photo albums, his old watch, stuff like that. Rob acted all gracious about it, told me to come by whenever. I think he thought he'd already won. I showed up at Grandpa's house 3 days later. Rob answered the door with this smug look on his face, like he was already the king of the castle. He let me in and told me to take whatever I wanted. Said he was being generous about it. The nerve of this guy. I walked through the house trying to keep my cool. It was weird seeing Rob's stuff mixed in with Grandpa's things. His dirty dishes in the sink, his clothes thrown over the furniture. He'd already made himself at home. I grabbed a few photo albums from the living room, Grandpa's old toolbox from the garage. Stuff that actually mattered. Then I noticed Rob's desk in the corner of the living room. He'd set up this whole makeshift office area, and sitting right there on top, not even hidden, was a pile of papers. I could see official-looking documents with the lawyer's letterhead. Rob had stepped into the kitchen to grab a beer. I had maybe 30 seconds. I moved closer and that's when I saw it. The original will. Grandpa's signature right there at the bottom. I'd seen it enough times at the lawyer's office to recognize it. And right next to it was another copy. Same format, same everything. Except this one had Rob's name listed as the primary beneficiary. The forgery was good, I'll give him that, but it was definitely fake. My hands were shaking when I pulled out my phone. I took pictures of everything. The original will, the forged one, the whole desk setup. I made sure to get clear shots of the signatures, the dates, all of it. Rob came back in just as I was putting my phone away. Asked if I'd found everything I needed. I told him, yeah, thanks for letting me stop by. Walked out of there like nothing happened. I drove straight to the lawyer's office. Didn't even go home first. Showed him the photos and watched his face go pale. He made some calls, and within an hour we were at the police station filing a report. The cops took it seriously. Fraud, document tampering, theft. They said they'd investigate, but to keep quiet about it. Didn't want to tip Rob off. Those next 2 months were hell. I had to see Rob at family events and act normal. He got worse during that time, more confident. Started talking about all the things he was going to do with his inheritance. Told my aunt he was going to buy a new truck, maybe take a vacation. At one dinner, he actually said Grandpa would have wanted him to have the house since he was the oldest son. I nearly lost it right there. Then the lawyer called and said the investigation was done. They had enough to press charges. They were just waiting for the right moment to arrest him. That moment came 2 months after I'd found the will. The family had organized this gathering to honor Grandpa's memory. Everyone was there. Aunts, uncles, cousins, the whole extended family. Rob showed up late, walked in like he owned the place, and started going on about how he was finally getting what he deserved from the estate. That's when 2 officers walked through the door. They said his name, told him he was under arrest for fraud and document tampering, read him his rights, right there in front of everyone. The room went dead silent. Rob's face went white. My aunt started crying, and I just stood there, watching it all happen. Rob didn't say anything as they put the handcuffs on, just stared at me the whole time. He knew. My aunt was screaming, asking what was happening, but the officers just let him out. The whole family stood there in shock. Some of them looked at me like they knew I had something to do with it. My aunt cornered me in the driveway after everyone started leaving. She was furious. Told me I should have handled it within the family, that I'd destroyed everything, that I was tearing the family apart over money. I tried to explain that Rob had stolen from Grandpa, that he'd forged legal documents, but she wasn't hearing it. She just kept screaming about how I could have talked to Rob privately, worked something out. Like there was any working things out with a guy who broke into a lawyer's office and faked a will. My sister backed me up, told my aunt that Rob did this to himself, but it didn't matter. Half the family stopped talking to me after that night. My aunt started this whole campaign about how I was vindictive, how I'd always been jealous of Rob. All this revisionist history bullshit. Some of my cousins believed her. They started saying I should have just let it go, that Grandpa wouldn't have wanted the family divided like this. The thing is, Grandpa's will was crystal clear about what he wanted. He wanted to take care of the people who took care of him. Me and my sister earned that inheritance by actually being there. Rob earned nothing except a criminal record. The legal process has been dragging on for 4 months now. Rob's out on bail, living with my aunt since he had to move out of Grandpa's house. The estate is still tied up in court because his lawyer is trying to argue some technicality about the forged will not invalidating his original inheritance. It's a mess. My lawyer says we'll win eventually, but it's costing money and time that I didn't want to spend on this. Some family members have come around. My cousin reached out last month and apologized for believing my aunt's version of things. Said she didn't realize how bad Rob had been to Grandpa over the years. Apparently Rob tried to borrow money from her too, and when she said no, he stopped talking to her. She gets it now. But others are still on Rob's side. My aunt posted something on Facebook last week about forgiveness and family loyalty. Didn't mention me by name, but everyone knew who she was talking about. Got a bunch of supportive comments from relatives who think I went too far. My sister asked me last week if I regretted it. Turning Rob in, I mean. And honestly, no. I watched that man bleed Grandpa dry for years. Watched him manipulate and guilt trip and take advantage of someone who only ever tried to help him. And then he tried to steal the one thing Grandpa wanted to leave behind for the people who actually gave a damn. I couldn't let him get away with that. Even if it means half the family hates me now. Even if it means dealing with my aunt's Facebook posts and awkward holiday dinners for the rest of my life. So Reddit, am I the asshole for turning my uncle in instead of confronting him privately about stealing my grandfather's will? Nothing was the same after I made my father finally face what he did to my mother. I, 32, have been carrying the weight of my parents' marriage for longer than I care to admit. But it wasn't until my father Greg's anniversary dinner that everything came crashing down. I need to back up a bit to explain how I even ended up at that restaurant. 3 months earlier, I got an invitation to my father's anniversary celebration. Not his anniversary with my mom. They've been divorced for 16 years. This was for his new wife, the woman he'd been parading all over Facebook as proof he was a changed man. Every other post was about their fresh start and finding happiness again. The one that really got to me was this long caption about how some people hold on to the past while others choose to move forward. Real subtle, Dad. I grew up in a tense household. Greg was the type who needed control over everything. Money, schedules, how we spent our time, even how we felt about things. My mother spent years trying to keep the peace, walking on eggshells, making excuses for his temper. When I was 16, she left after one particularly bad fight. He told everyone she'd abandoned us, just packed up and walked out on her family. I believed him. For years, I actually believed him. It wasn't until college that I found out the truth. Mom and I reconnected my sophomore year, and she finally told me everything. He'd been hiding debt in her name, draining her savings account, threatening to destroy her credit if she tried to leave. When she finally did leave, she had to get a restraining order. She never told me any of this growing up because she didn't want to poison my relationship with my father. She thought I needed him in my life. So when that anniversary invitation showed up, along with those Facebook posts about being a reformed family man, something in me just snapped. I started thinking about his new wife, this woman who seemed genuinely happy in all those photos. Did she know? Did she have any idea what kind of man she'd married? I made a decision. I went through my old boxes and found the documents my mom had given me years ago. Copies of the legal paperwork, the restraining order, letters from her lawyer documenting the threats. I put them all in a folder. I wasn't even sure I'd go through with it when I drove to the restaurant that night. The folder sat in my jacket pocket like it weighed 50 pounds. Greg was already there when I arrived, playing the gracious host, shaking hands, laughing. His new wife was beside him, smiling at everyone. They looked happy. Part of me thought about just leaving. Then dinner started, and Greg stood up to give a speech. He talked about second chances and fresh starts, and how grateful he was to everyone who supported him. And then he said it. Some people never appreciate loyalty. They'd rather dig up the past than build a future. That's when I knew I couldn't stay quiet. My hands were shaking under the table, but I stood up anyway. The room went completely silent when I stood up. I could feel everyone staring at me, but I was already walking toward the head table where Greg and his wife were sitting. My father's face went from confused to angry in about 2 seconds flat. I pulled out the folder and set it down in front of his wife. I remember my voice was calm, steadier than I expected it to be. I just said, "You deserve to know who he really is." Then I turned around and walked out. Behind me, I heard chairs scraping, and Greg starting to yell something, but I didn't stop. I didn't run or make some dramatic exit. I just walked through the restaurant and out the front door like I was leaving any normal dinner. The last thing I heard before the door closed was chaos, raised voices, someone crying, glass breaking maybe. I sat in my car in the parking lot for 20 minutes before I could actually drive. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I kept thinking about the look on his wife's face when I handed her that folder. She'd looked so confused, like she couldn't understand what was happening. When I finally got home, my phone was already blowing up. Texts from relatives I hadn't heard from in months, all with variations of, "What did you do?" or "How could you?" A few were supportive. My cousin Sarah sent me a simple, "About time." But most of them were angry, or shocked, or both. I didn't answer any calls that night. I just sat there watching my phone light up, over and over again. The next morning, I woke up to 47 missed calls. Most were from my father. I finally listened to one of his voicemails and immediately regretted it. He was screaming, barely coherent, calling me every name in the book. According to him, his wife had read through the entire folder right there at the table, confronted him in front of everyone, and then left the restaurant. She'd apparently packed her things and left the house by morning. His friends had started cutting contact too. Someone had posted about what happened on social media, and it spread fast. My father's carefully constructed image of the reformed family man was gone. Then the family started choosing sides. My aunt called to tell me I'd done the right thing, that someone needed to hold him accountable. My uncle called an hour later to tell me I was cruel, that I'd destroyed an old man over something that happened decades ago. That phrase kept coming up. It was so long ago, and why drag up ancient history? A few family members even shared their own stories about Greg, things I'd never heard before. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who'd been keeping secrets. But the worst calls were from the relatives who said I should have handled it privately, that humiliating him publicly was too far. Maybe they were right. I don't know. My father spent decades hiding who he really was. I'd spent one night exposing it, and now I couldn't tell if I'd done something brave or something cruel. 2 weeks have passed since that dinner, and I still haven't spoken to my father. The family is completely divided at this point. Half of them won't talk to me. The other half won't talk to him. Holiday gatherings are going to be a nightmare. My mom finally called a few days after everything went down. She'd heard about it through the family grapevine. Her reaction was complicated. She seemed vindicated in some way, but also worried about me. She said she never asked me to fight her battles, that she'd made peace with what happened years ago. I think part of her was concerned I'd sacrificed too much for something that wasn't mine to fix. We talked for a long time that night. She told me she understood why I did it. But she also said that exposure doesn't always equal healing. Sometimes it just creates new wounds. I've been thinking about that a lot. Through various family members, I've gotten updates about Greg. His wife hasn't come back. She filed for separation last week. He's been quiet on social media, which is probably the smartest thing he's done in months. Some of his friends tried to reach out to him, but apparently he's not handling any of this well. He's still maintaining he did nothing wrong, that the documents were taken out of context, that my mom was equally to blame. Same old Greg. The weirdest part was when his wife actually reached out to me. She sent a brief email thanking me for telling her the truth, even though the way I did it was harsh. She said she'd had some concerns, but dismissed them because he seemed so genuine. She wished I'd told her privately, but she understood why I didn't trust that approach. I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse about the whole thing. What keeps me up at night is wondering if I did this for the right reasons. Was I protecting her, or was I punishing him? Maybe it was both. Maybe I'll never really know. Some of the family members who are still talking to me keep saying that abusers count on silence, that someone needed to speak up. The ones who aren't talking to me say I'm bitter, that I ruined a man's life over something from decades ago that didn't even happen to me. Both sides make sense in their own way, which is the most frustrating part. My father tried to reach out through my uncle last week. He wanted to talk things through and clear the air. I haven't responded. I don't know what there is to say. He's never once actually apologized or admitted what he did was wrong. He just wants me to take it back somehow, to fix what I broke. I honestly don't know if I did the right thing anymore. That folder felt like evidence when I walked into that restaurant. Now it feels like a grenade I threw into the middle of everyone's lives, including my own. Reddit, I need outside perspective on this. Am I the asshole for revealing my father's past abuse in front of his new wife, instead of letting the past stay buried? The day I made my stepmother cry over the will she tried to steal. I, 35 Faith, never thought I'd have to fight my own stepmother in court over my father's will, but here we are. My dad remarried 5 years ago to a woman named Carol. I was 30 at the time, and honestly, I tried to make it work. She seemed nice enough in the beginning, polite, attentive to my dad, always smiling. My brother Jake and I both made an effort to welcome her into the family. Dad seemed happy, and that's what mattered to us. But looking back now, I can see the signs I missed. Carol wasn't just joining our family, she was taking it over. First it was small things. She redecorated the house, which, fine, it was her home too. Then she started helping Dad with his finances, organizing his paperwork, setting up new accounts. She inserted herself into every decision, every conversation. When Jake or I called Dad, she'd often answer his phone. When we'd visit, she was always there, hovering. We joked about it at first. Newlywed behavior, right? Everything changed about a year ago when Dad's health started going downhill. He had a heart condition that got progressively worse, and suddenly, getting in touch with him became nearly impossible. My calls went straight to voicemail. Text messages sat unread for days. When I did reach him, the conversations were brief. He sounded tired. Carol would always be in the background saying he needed to rest. Jake experienced the same thing. We'd try to coordinate visits, and Carol would say Dad wasn't feeling up to it. He was sleeping. He had a doctor's appointment. Always something. One Saturday, I drove 3 hours to their house unannounced because I was worried. Carol answered the door and actually blocked the entrance with her body. She told me Dad was napping and couldn't be disturbed. But I could hear the TV on inside. I could hear his voice. He wasn't sleeping. I should have pushed past her. I regret that I didn't. Dad passed away 2 months ago. The funeral was a blur, mostly because Carol orchestrated everything without asking for our input. Jake and I showed up to a service we had no hand in planning for our own father. Carol played the devastated widow perfectly, while we sat there like guests at someone else's grief. A week after the funeral, Carol invited us over. She had something important to discuss. She sat us down at Dad's dining table and slid a document across to us. Dad's will, she said, updated just a few months before he died. According to this will, Carol got everything. The house, the savings, Dad's car, all of it. I got Dad's vintage watch. Jake got his old fishing gear. That was it. Carol explained that Dad wanted to make sure she was taken care of, since Jake and I were established in our careers, and she had nothing without him. She even teared up while saying it. Jake looked defeated, ready to accept it. But something felt wrong. Dad always talked about being fair, about making sure we were all okay. And this will. It looked too new, too clean. There was no attorney letterhead, no notary seal, just Dad's signature at the bottom. I took photos of it with my phone when Carol left the room. That night, I contacted a probate attorney. I wasn't going to let her erase us from our father's legacy. This was 3 weeks ago. What happened next changed everything. The attorney I hired took one look at the photos and told me something was off. The will wasn't notarized. In our state, wills need witnesses and notarization to be valid. This looked like a draft at best, not a legal document. He asked if I knew who Dad's attorney was. I realized I had no idea. Carol had taken over everything in those final months. Jake and I went through Dad's old email account. We still had the password from years back when he asked us to help him set it up. We searched for anything related to legal documents or attorneys. That's when we found it. An email from 8 months before Dad died. Subject line: Final will revision completed. We called the attorney's office the next morning. This was 2 weeks before the official will reading was scheduled. The paralegal confirmed that yes, Dad had revised his will 8 months ago. Yes, it was properly executed, signed, witnessed, and notarized. And no, it didn't leave everything to Carol. The real will split everything 3 ways: equal shares for me, Jake, and Carol. The attorney explained that Dad had requested a draft be sent to him first to review. He made some changes, then came into the office to sign the final version. Carol must have found that draft in his papers and decided to pass it off as the real thing. I wanted to confront her immediately, drive over there and throw the truth in her face. But the attorney advised keeping quiet until the official reading. Let her think she got away with it, he said. I hated waiting. Jake was in shock, couldn't believe Carol would actually try to steal from us like that. Some family members had started treating us differently too, like we'd been cut out for a reason, like maybe we'd done something to deserve it. The day of the official will reading finally came. We met at the attorney's office. Carol showed up in black, still playing the widow role. She was chatty, confident, already talking about her plans to sell the house. Maybe renovate first to get a better price. She even put her hand on my shoulder at one point, like we were in this together. The attorney started reading. Standard legal language at first, boring procedural stuff. Then he got to the important part. To my beloved daughter, to my dear son Jake, and to my wife Carol, I leave my estate to be divided equally among the 3 of them. Carol interrupted immediately. Her voice went sharp. That's wrong, she said. He changed it. She had the real will. The attorney didn't even blink. He explained calmly that the document she was referring to was a draft. This was the executed will, properly signed and notarized. It superseded any previous versions. I watched Carol's face drain of color. She pulled out her copy with shaking hands, tried to argue. The attorney shut it down. Not legally valid. Then she looked at me, and I saw the exact moment she realized I'd known all along. Her whole mask just fell apart. The tears started, but quickly turned to anger. She accused me of manipulating Dad, of poisoning him against her, of orchestrating this whole thing. I stayed calm and told her Dad made his choice, the legal one. She was the one who tried to manipulate everyone. She stood up, told me I'd ruined everything, that she gave up her whole life for Dad and now had nothing. Jake finally spoke up. You have 1/3 of everything, he said. That's more than fair. Carol grabbed her purse and left, slamming the door hard enough that the walls shook. The relatives who stayed in the room after Carol left didn't know what to say. A couple of them congratulated me for standing up for what was right. The attorney wrapped up the remaining legal details while Jake and I just sat there, exhausted. Outside the office, we talked about Dad for a while. How he would have handled this, what he would have said. Jake admitted he was relieved but completely drained. Over the next few days, Carol started spreading her version of events to anyone who would listen. I betrayed her trust, apparently, ambushed her, twisted everything to make her look bad when she was only trying to honor Dad's wishes. The family group chat turned into a war zone. My Aunt Linda sent me a long text about how I should have handled it privately, how I humiliated Carol in front of everyone. Other relatives backed me up, said Carol tried to steal from us and got what she deserved. Carol tried to contest the will. Her attorney filed something, but our lawyer shut it down fast. No legal standing. She moved out of the house a week later, took what was rightfully hers according to the real will. I ran into her once when I went to collect some of Dad's personal items. We stood there in the hallway, not saying anything for a long moment. Finally, she told me she loved him, that it wasn't all fake. Maybe, I said, but love doesn't give you the right to steal from his children. She left without responding. It's been a few weeks since the will reading. The house is being prepared for sale, and I've been going through Dad's things. Photos, old letters, random stuff he kept in drawers. I found a letter he wrote to Jake and me about 10 years ago, talking about how important it was to him that we were taken care of, that things were fair between us. Reading it made me cry, but it also confirmed that exposing Carol was the right choice. Still, the fallout hasn't gone away. Some relatives aren't speaking to me. Thanksgiving is going to be a nightmare. Jake's moved on better than I have. He's just glad it's over. But I keep replaying that moment in the attorney's office, watching Carol's face when she realized she'd been caught. Sometimes I wonder if Dad knew she might try something like this. Maybe that's why he made sure to go through a proper attorney, why he didn't just handle it himself. The watch Dad left me sits on my dresser now. It's the one thing Carol's fake will got right, though I'm sure that was just coincidence. Every time I look at it, I think about everything that happened. Some people in my family genuinely believe I went too far, that I should have confronted Carol privately and given her a chance to back down quietly. But she made the choice to lie. She made the choice to try and erase us from Dad's life. Watching her realize she'd been caught, seeing that smug confidence crumble, that felt like the only justice I was going to get. But it came at a cost. Family gatherings will never be the same. There's a permanent rift now that might never heal. Late at night when I can't sleep, I still wonder if exposing her publicly was worth the damage it caused. I think it was. But honestly, I'm still not entirely sure. The tables turned. When I made my boss regret treating me like his scapegoat. I, 30, work as a financial analyst at a mid-sized company. My boss, Tom, has been the kind of manager who loves praise but hates accountability for the past 2 years I've worked under him. Whenever a project succeeded, he took the credit. Whenever one failed, he made sure someone else took the blame, usually me. It became a pattern I could predict. Last year, I put together this quarterly analysis that identified cost-saving measures worth about $200,000 annually. Tom presented it to the executive team as his own strategic initiative. I sat in that meeting, watching him take credit for 3 months of my work. When the CFO praised his insight, Tom just smiled and said he was always looking for ways to optimize operations. Then there was the disaster with the cost-cutting plan he pushed through over my objections. When it backfired and caused delays in our reporting cycle, guess who got blamed in the department meeting? He told everyone I hadn't properly vetted the workflow changes. My coworkers knew what was happening. Everyone knew. But nobody said anything because that's just how corporate works. You keep your head down, do your job, and hope you don't become the next target. 3 months before everything blew up, Tom assigned me to a major client report. This client was huge, potential for significant recurring revenue, and Tom made it very clear that this project was important. He told me not to mess it up. I spent weeks on that report. Late nights, weekends, the whole thing. I missed my sister's birthday dinner because I was in the office double-checking projections. Tom barely checked in during the process, just the occasional email asking if it was done yet. The day before submission, I sent Tom the final draft. He responded within an hour saying it looked good and he'd submit it the next day. I felt this massive relief. The project was finally done. What I didn't know was that Tom spent that night changing the numbers. He inflated our revenue projections by 15% and adjusted the risk assessment ratings to make everything look more impressive. He thought the client would be blown away, and he'd look like a genius. 2 days after he submitted the report, the client's team caught the discrepancies. They emailed Tom directly, asking about inconsistencies between different sections of the analysis. Tom immediately called me into his office and asked what I did wrong. I was completely confused. I told him everything was accurate when I sent it to him. He showed me the client's email but wouldn't let me see the actual submitted report. He just kept saying I needed to fix it and recalculate everything. That afternoon, HR called me in for a meeting. Tom was already there with the HR director. He'd framed the whole situation as my incompetence. The HR director mentioned concerns about my attention to detail and a pattern of errors. I realized right then that Tom had been building a paper trail against me for weeks, maybe months. They put me on a performance improvement plan. Walking back to my desk, I felt humiliated and furious. Everyone was staring at me. They all knew I'd just come from HR. That's when I decided I was done being his scapegoat. That evening, I went home and opened my laptop. I started going through every email and meeting note from the past 3 months. I found the original report I'd sent Tom, with the timestamp clearly showing when I submitted it. Then I used a workaround through the client's junior analyst I'd been working with to get access to the submitted version. I stayed up until 3 a.m. comparing the documents side by side. That's when I saw it. Tom had changed the numbers after I sent him the final version. Every inflated projection, every adjusted risk rating, it was all him. I took screenshots of everything and created a timeline document. Over the next few days, I kept working like normal while quietly collecting more evidence. I went through old projects from the past 2 years. I found the email where Tom explicitly took credit for my cost-saving analysis and a message to the regional VP. I found meeting notes from that failed project where Tom blamed me, but the original idea had been his. At lunch, I casually mentioned to our IT guy that I couldn't find some old files. He doesn't like Tom either, so he helped me recover some deleted email chains. Turns out Tom had been complaining to HR about me for months over minor things, building his case against me. 1 week after that HR meeting, I learned there was a mandatory department meeting coming up. The regional VP would be attending via video call to discuss the client situation. Tom had been telling everyone I'd made major mistakes and they needed to restore confidence with the client. I realized this was my chance. I prepared a presentation file and organized all the evidence chronologically. I practiced what I'd say, keeping it calm and factual. I didn't tell anyone what I was planning. The morning of the meeting, I arrived early and loaded my evidence file onto my laptop. The meeting started with 15 people in the room, plus the regional VP on screen. Tom began by discussing the unfortunate errors on the client report. He said they'd identified where things went wrong and glanced at me. He explained they were implementing better oversight procedures to prevent future miscalculations. He never said my name, but everyone knew exactly who he meant. After Tom finished, I raised my hand and said I'd like to clarify what actually happened. Tom looked annoyed and said he thought they'd covered everything. The regional VP told him to let me speak. I asked to share my screen. I pulled up the email showing when I'd sent the final report to Tom. Then I showed the submitted version with all his changes. Then the email where Tom told me it looked good and he'd submit it. The room went completely silent. I kept going. I showed examples from previous projects, the email where Tom took credit for my work, the meeting notes proving his failed idea got blamed on me. I kept my voice calm the entire time, just presenting facts. Tom's face went red. He started stammering about trying to make the report better. The regional VP cut him off and asked if he wanted to amend his earlier statements. Tom tried to explain he was optimizing the numbers. The VP asked why he didn't tell me and why he blamed me when the client caught it. Tom had no answer. The VP ended the meeting and asked Tom to stay. Everyone else filed out. I packed up my laptop and walked out while my coworkers stared at me. Some looked shocked, some looked impressed. Tom's office door stayed closed the rest of the day. Around 4 p.m. I saw him leave with HR. He didn't make eye contact with anyone. I went home that night with no idea what would happen next. I didn't sleep much, wondering if I'd just ended my career. The next morning, Tom wasn't in the office. Rumors started spreading immediately about what happened in the meeting. Some coworkers congratulated me quietly. Others avoided me completely. Sarah, who's been at the company for 10 years, told me it was about time someone stood up to him. Mark from accounting said I could have handled it privately and made everyone uncomfortable. I didn't hear anything official from HR or the regional VP that entire day. 2 days after the meeting, I got an email from HR. Tom had been reassigned to another location pending review. A second email came right after. I was being promoted to interim manager of the department. I just sat at my desk staring at my screen trying to process it. The regional VP called me directly an hour later and said they should have addressed this sooner, that the evidence was clear. He asked if I was willing to take on the manager role. I said yes, but asked about the client situation. He told me they'd apologized to the client and presented my original, accurate report. The client was satisfied. My first day as interim manager felt surreal. I moved into Tom's old office and sat at his desk. Some team members were genuinely happy for me. Others were clearly resentful. Mark avoided me completely. Sarah became my unofficial ally and helped me navigate the transition. I had to lead my first team meeting, and I could feel everyone judging me. Over the next few weeks, the department stayed divided. About half the team respected what I did. The other half thought I humiliated Tom publicly and should have gone to HR privately instead. Mark actually told me to my face that I didn't have to destroy Tom in front of everyone. I defended myself by pointing out that I'd already been to HR. Tom had poisoned them against me first. If I'd gone quietly, would anything have actually changed? Sarah backed me up and mentioned that Tom had done this to at least 2 other people before me. Those people had complained privately, and nothing happened. They both eventually left the company. A month later, I heard through the grapevine that Tom got transferred to a small regional branch. He took a title demotion and a pay cut. Word is he's on thin ice, and one more incident means termination. I felt this weird mix of vindication and guilt when I heard that. Part of me wondered if publicly exposing him was too harsh. It's been 3 months now, and I'm still interim manager. I'm doing well in the role, and the team is performing better than before. But that division in the office is still there. Some people still give me the cold shoulder. I question sometimes if there was a better way to handle it. At the same time, I think about all those late nights, the humiliation of that HR meeting, the performance improvement plan Tom orchestrated against me. Tom made his choices. He could have admitted his mistake. He could have protected me instead of throwing me under the bus, but half my coworkers think I'm ruthless for exposing him the way I did. So Reddit, am I the asshole for exposing my boss's lies in front of everyone instead of reporting him quietly? They mocked my disability at work, so I got the last laugh when HR stepped in. I, 32, work at a mid-sized tech company downtown. I've been there for about 3 years now. I have a mild stutter, have had it since I was a kid. It doesn't really affect my work. I'm actually one of the top performers on my team. Sometimes I pause when I talk or repeat a sound, but I get the job done, and my code is solid. The company skews younger, mid-20s mostly. Very startup bro mentality even though we're established. Lots of inside jokes, casual atmosphere. Sometimes things get a little too casual, if you know what I mean. About 2 months into working with this particular team, I went to grab my lunch from the break room fridge. I heard laughter coming from the conference room next door, the one with the glass doors. I looked over and saw my team lead, Jake, and 3 other co-workers inside. Jake was doing this exaggerated stutter, mimicking how I'd presented in our morning stand-up. The others were dying laughing. One guy was literally wiping tears from his eyes. I just stood there, frozen. Then I grabbed my lunch and went back to my desk. Couldn't even eat it. I kept telling myself maybe I misread the situation. Maybe they were joking about something else. But I knew what I saw. After that, I started noticing things. Little things. Side glances during meetings when I'd speak. Someone would smirk and look down at their laptop. A couple times I heard a cough that sounded like it was covering a laugh right after I stuttered on a word. Then one day I was in a bathroom stall and heard 2 team members come in talking. They were discussing some game they'd been playing, predicting which words I'd stutter on and timing my pauses. They'd been doing it for weeks, apparently. They were laughing about it like it was the funniest thing in the world. The worst part was during a screen share. Jake was showing something and accidentally pulled up a Slack group chat for maybe 30 seconds before he realized and switched windows. I caught my own name, and someone had typed out, "sorry," in the chat. There were at least 5 people in that channel. I started dreading going to work. I'd rehearse presentations alone in my apartment for hours, trying to make sure I wouldn't stutter. My anxiety got so bad that my performance actually started slipping because I was terrified of speaking up in meetings. Finally, after someone openly mimicked me during a stand-up and then claimed it was just a joke when I called them out, I went to HR. Linda seemed sympathetic at first. She took notes and nodded along. Then she asked if I had proof. I said no, just what I'd witnessed and heard. She said she'd look into it, but also mentioned that the company has a casual, friendly culture, and sometimes jokes go too far. She suggested I try talking to them directly first. Nothing changed. Actually, it got worse. Jake started being overly nice in this condescending way, constantly asking how I was doing with this smirk on his face. I'm pretty sure Linda said something to him. That's when I had dinner with my college friend Marcus. He's an employment attorney now. After a few drinks, I told him everything. His whole demeanor changed. He got serious and told me this was textbook hostile work environment harassment. He said I needed to document everything. Dates, times, exact quotes, audio if possible. So that's exactly what I started doing. For the next 3 months, I documented everything. Every comment, every incident, every time someone mocked me. I started recording meetings on my phone. Our office has this open floor plan with an audio chat system, so remote workers can listen in. Those recordings are stored for 90 days. I quietly backed up every single one. Within 3 weeks, I had 6 separate audio clips of them mocking me, including Jake leading the group in doing stuttering impressions during what they thought was a private meeting. I had screenshots of messages. I had a detailed spreadsheet with dates, times, witnesses. 45 separate incidents total. I sent everything to Marcus one weekend. He called me Monday morning and said it was one of the most clear-cut harassment cases he'd seen. He told me exactly how to structure the complaint and who to send it to. On a Wednesday morning, I drafted the formal complaint and attached my documentation file. I didn't just send it to Linda. I CC'd the regional director, the legal department, and the CEO's office. Subject line was formal complaint, ongoing disability-based harassment and hostile work environment. I hit send at 9:03 a.m. By 10 a.m., Linda was calling me. She sounded panicked, wanted to meet immediately. I told her I'd copied legal and would only discuss this with them present. By 2 p.m., I was in a conference room with Linda, the regional director, Patricia, and the company's employment attorney, David. We went through my documentation for 2 hours. Patricia's expression got harder with each page. When we played the recording of Jake leading the mock stuttering session, she actually closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She said it was unacceptable. They were launching an immediate investigation. I was placed on paid administrative leave for my protection while they looked into everything. The next week, Patricia called me with updates. Team members were being interviewed one by one. IT recovered the Slack channel Jake had deleted. Once people were confronted with evidence, they started confessing and blaming Jake. 2 claimed they just went along with it and felt uncomfortable but didn't speak up. Jake apparently tried to say it was just friendly teasing and that I never told them to stop. They played him the recording of me asking him to please not make things harder after a meeting. He had nothing to say to that. 8 days after I sent the email, Patricia called with the results. 3 people were being terminated immediately. Jake, Connor, who created the Slack channel, and Madison, who was the most vocal. 2 others got final written warnings. Linda was being reassigned away from HR duties. Then came the part I wasn't expecting. Patricia asked me to come to her office the next day. When I got there, the CEO was there too. He personally apologized for what happened. Then they offered me the team lead position for the major project Jake had been running. Significant raise, my own office, and I'd be managing the 2 people who got written warnings. The project I'd be leading was the exact one Jake was supposed to handle. The irony wasn't lost on me. I asked for 24 hours to think about it, but I already knew my answer. 2 weeks later, I came back to the office. Took a week of PTO first to clear my head. The atmosphere was completely different. People avoided eye contact. The break room would go quiet when I walked in. One person who wasn't involved quietly told me she was sorry about what happened. My new office was on a different floor near management. Glass walls, actual privacy. My nameplate was already up. I had one-on-ones with each team member. Derek and Amy, the 2 who got written warnings, were professional but clearly terrified. Both apologized awkwardly. I told them we were starting fresh, but we all knew the power dynamic had shifted. The project was behind schedule because of the leadership change. I had to put in long hours to get it back on track. Within 3 weeks, I'd restructured the workflow, and the client was impressed. Turns out people work better when they're not spending energy on harassment. In a status meeting, Patricia mentioned the project was ahead of projections under new leadership. The CEO nodded approvingly. About a month in, I got a LinkedIn message from Connor. Long and rambling, half apology and half justification. He said he didn't realize how bad it was and that he was struggling to find work because he had to explain why he was fired. I didn't respond. Through the grapevine, I heard Jake was telling people he got fired for making a joke and that I was too sensitive and ruined his career. Some of his friends from other companies unfollowed me on social media. But then, this older developer from another team stopped by my office. He said he has a nephew with a stutter and thanked me for standing up for myself. Said the company culture needed the wake-up call. Still, late one night at the office, I started questioning everything. 3 people lost their jobs. Derek and Amy were miserable working for me. I thought about Connor's message and wondered if I'd ruined lives over jokes. Then, I remembered the anxiety attacks, the nights I couldn't sleep, rehearsing simple sentences over and over. I called Marcus. He reminded me they harassed me for a year, and I gave HR a chance first. They made a choice every day to mock me. I just made sure there were consequences. It's been 3 months now since the terminations. The project is successful, ahead of schedule, and I'm getting recognized for it. But I feel isolated. Friend groups at work are fractured. Some people treat me like I'm fragile, others avoid me completely. Derek has actually become a solid team member, seems genuinely reformed. Amy does the bare minimum and still seems resentful. The company implemented new harassment training and revamped the reporting system. Patricia told me 2 other complaints have been filed since mine and were actually investigated properly. But I've been hearing from former co-workers through mutual connections that I took it too far and should have just let it go. I achieved justice and got promoted, but 3 people's careers were destroyed, and I'm somewhat isolated now. Performance reviews are coming up, and I have to evaluate Amy.
And I just found out Jake got hired at a partner company we work closely with.
As I'm writing this, my phone buzzed with an email from Patricia asking to see me first thing Monday about Jake's new position. Apparently, we have a situation. When my boss tried to ruin my career, I made sure his crashed instead. I, 28, have been working at a marketing firm for nearly 5 years under my boss Evan, 41. For most of that time, I thought I was doing the right thing by keeping my head down and letting him take credit for my work. He'd present my campaigns to executives, smile through client meetings discussing strategies I'd created, and somehow always forgot to mention my name when the praise came rolling in. I told myself it was fine. That's just how corporate works, right? You pay your dues, you wait your turn, and eventually people notice. Except they don't notice when someone else is actively making sure your work has his name stamped all over it. The pattern was pretty consistent. I'd spend weeks developing a campaign strategy. Evan would sit in on maybe 2 meetings, and then he'd be the one presenting it to the client. When our social media campaign for a major retail client increased their engagement by 300%, Evan got invited to speak on a panel about it. When I landed a tech startup account that turned into a 6-figure contract, Evan's face was on the company newsletter. I kept telling myself it would pay off eventually. It didn't. 3 months ago, a senior management position opened up. I'd been there longer than anyone else on the team except Evan. I knew every major account inside and out. So when Evan pulled me aside one afternoon and told me he was going to recommend me for the role, I actually believed him. He even put his hand on my shoulder and said something about how I'd earned it. 2 weeks later, I found out the truth in the worst possible way. One of my coworkers forwarded me an email by accident. It was an internal thread between Evan and HR about the promotion candidates. I had to read it 3 times before it fully sank in. Evan had written that I wasn't leadership material, that I was too emotional for high-pressure situations, that I still needed continued guidance and wasn't ready for that level of responsibility. He recommended someone else entirely, a guy who'd been there for 18 months and mostly worked on minor campaigns. I sat at my desk, staring at that email, my hands actually shaking. 5 years. 5 years of covering for him, of staying late to fix his mistakes, of watching him climb higher on work that I'd done. And this was how he repaid me. That evening, I went home and just sat on my couch for a long time. I'd always been the type to keep meticulous records, call it a survival instinct from my first job. Every project I'd ever worked on was documented, with timelines, drafts, client emails, everything. I'd never really thought about why I kept it all. Maybe some part of me knew I'd need it someday. I spent that night going through my files. What I found didn't surprise me, but seeing it all compiled in one place made something click. 90% of our major client accounts had my name all over them, not his. Every successful pitch, every campaign that actually performed, every client relationship that brought in revenue, I could trace it back to my work. I'd spent 5 years being the bigger person. Where had it gotten me? Passed over for a promotion I deserved, while my boss actively destroyed my reputation behind closed doors. That's when I decided I was done playing fair. Over the next few days, I acted completely normal at work. I smiled at Evan in the hallway, attended his meetings, responded to his emails about weekend plans. Meanwhile, I was building a case that would be impossible to ignore. I organized everything into one folder. Email threads showing my direct communication with clients. Project timelines with my name on the initial strategy documents. Draft after draft of campaigns with my edits and revisions, time-stamped months before Evan ever presented them. Client feedback, praising specific ideas that I'd pitched. It was all there. A perfect paper trail of 5 years of theft. The hardest part was figuring out what to do with it. I could go to HR, but Evan had already poisoned that well. I could go to the CEO, but Evan golfed with him twice a month. Every internal route felt like it would end the same way, with me branded as difficult or bitter. That's when I thought of Marcus. He was our biggest client, a tech company that brought in about 40% of our firm's revenue. I'd worked with him directly for 3 years, building his brand from the ground up when they were still a startup. We'd had countless calls, strategy sessions, and I'd personally managed every campaign launch. But in every quarterly review, every executive meeting, Evan was the one shaking Marcus's hand and taking the bows. I debated it for 2 days. This felt nuclear. But so did sabotaging my career with lies to HR. I sent Marcus an email asking if he wanted to grab coffee to discuss some concerns about account management. He agreed immediately. We met at a place downtown, away from the office. I kept it professional and factual. I told him I wanted him to know who was actually managing his account, and I brought receipts. I showed him emails he'd sent directly to me, strategy documents with my name on them, campaign timelines that proved I'd been the point person all along. I wasn't emotional about it. I didn't badmouth Evan. I just let the evidence speak. Marcus went quiet for a long time, scrolling through everything on his laptop. Then he looked up and said he needed to make some calls. His face had gone from confused to genuinely angry. He'd been sitting in meetings with Evan for years, being told that Evan was the mastermind behind everything. And now he was realizing he'd been lied to. I walked back to the office with my phone buzzing. 3 texts from Evan asking where I was, saying he needed me in a client meeting. I didn't respond. The next week was strange. Radio silence from Marcus's company, but I could feel something brewing. Then I heard through another coworker that Marcus had called the CEO directly, not just to complain, but to specifically ask why he'd been misled about who was running his account. 2 days later, HR called me in. They told me they were reopening the promotion review based on new information that had come to light. They asked me to provide documentation of my project involvement. I handed over the folder I'd already prepared. That same afternoon, I watched through the glass walls of the conference room as Evan got called into HR. I saw his expression change from confident to confused to something that might have been panic. His desk was packed up by the end of the week. The email from HR came the next Monday. I got the promotion. Evan was terminated for misrepresentation and professional misconduct. The first week in my new role was weird. Some people congratulated me, brought coffee to my new office, asked if I needed help with the transition. Others barely made eye contact. Team dynamics shifted overnight, and I could feel people trying to figure out what had actually happened and whose side they should be on. When I moved into what used to be Evan's office, I found a notebook in one of the drawers. It had notes from client meetings, strategy ideas, campaign concepts. Half of them were mine, written in his handwriting like he'd come up with them himself. I threw it in the trash. 2 weeks after he was fired, Evan called my cell. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. His voice sounded strained, desperate in a way I'd never heard before. He told me I'd destroyed his career over a misunderstanding, that he'd always supported me, and this was how I repaid him. He brought up his wife, his kids, how he couldn't find work because the story was following him around the industry. I stayed calm. I told him he destroyed his own career by lying for 5 years, and that I'd simply shown people the truth. He tried the guilt angle for a while longer, but I'd already made peace with my decision. When he finally stopped talking, I said that he never thought about my career when he was stepping on it to climb higher. Then I hung up. My hands didn't shake this time. 3 months into the new position, things have settled into a routine. I'm leading the team now, working directly with clients who actually know my name. The work is good. The promotion was deserved, but the industry is smaller than I thought it would be. I've run into former colleagues at events who've clearly heard different versions of what happened. Some people see me as someone who stood up for herself. Others have called me vindictive. I saw Evan's LinkedIn a few weeks ago, and he's still listed as seeking new opportunities. Apparently, the story has followed him to every interview. A mutual connection reached out last month, asking if I'd be willing to talk to a hiring manager who was considering Evan for a role. They wanted to verify his version of events. I told them the truth, provided the same documentation I'd given to HR. He didn't get that job either. That's the part that's been sitting weird with me lately. I don't feel guilty exactly, but I don't feel triumphant either. I exposed someone who was actively sabotaging me, and I'd do it again. But I also knew exactly what it would do to him when I went to Marcus. I calculated every step. Last week I saw a photo on social media of Evan's kids at a soccer game. They looked happy. His wife had posted something about tough times making families stronger. I closed the app and didn't look at it again. There's an industry conference coming up next month that we'll both be attending. I got an email from HR yesterday asking to discuss the Marcus account transition and some concerns that have come up. I'm not sure what that means yet, but it made my stomach drop when I read it. So that's where things stand.
5 years of having my work stolen versus one strategic move that ended his career. Some days I'm completely fine with what I did. Other days I wonder if there was a line I crossed somewhere that I'm not seeing clearly. When my sister mocked my infertility, I let her secret slip at her baby shower. I, 33F, have been dealing with infertility for years while my younger sister Emma, 30F, recently got pregnant. I've been trying to have a baby for over 5 years now. 3 rounds of IVF, all failed. Thousands of dollars gone. My husband Mark and I have cried more times than I can count, and honestly, I'd made peace with the possibility that biological kids might not happen for us. When Emma told the family she was pregnant about 4 months ago, I was genuinely happy for her. I really was. Yeah, it stung a little, but she's my sister, and I wanted to be supportive. That lasted about 2 weeks before the comments started. It began small. Little digs here and there that I tried to brush off. At a family dinner, she said maybe I'd be an aunt forever, and that was okay too. When we went shopping together, she told me some people just aren't meant to be moms. I tried talking to her about it privately once, and she accused me of being jealous and unable to be happy for her. Mark kept telling me to ignore it, that she was probably just hormonal or whatever. But it got worse as the months went on. Here's what makes this complicated. About 3 months before Emma started dating her fiancé, Derek, she was still with her ex-boyfriend, Ryan. They had this toxic on and off thing for almost 2 years. One night she called me sobbing, said she was pregnant, and didn't know what to do because Ryan had just broken up with her for good. I drove over, held her while she cried, promised I wouldn't tell anyone. Then suddenly she was dating Derek. Like within 2 or 3 weeks of the Ryan breakup, she had a new boyfriend. A month after that, she announced to the family that she and Derek were expecting. I did the math in my head and knew immediately it didn't add up. But I kept my mouth shut. She was my sister. I figured she knew what she was doing. Derek seemed like a good guy, and if Emma told him it was his baby, that was between them. But the comments never stopped. If anything, they got meaner. She'd text me ultrasound photos with captions like,
So easy when it just happens naturally. At my mom's birthday party, she told everyone how surprised she was to get pregnant so fast, then looked right at me. Everyone got quiet and awkward. 2 months ago, she asked me to help plan her baby shower. I almost said no, but my mom guilt-tripped me about being there for family. And honestly, part of me still wanted to do the right thing. So I spent weeks planning it. I booked the venue, ordered decorations, arranged the catering, put together games, everything. The day of the shower, there were about 40 people there. Emma was in her element, center of attention, glowing. I was managing everything behind the scenes, making sure food was out, games were running smoothly. She kept making little comments throughout the day, but I bit my tongue. Mark was there with me, squeezing my hand every time she said something. Then, during the gift opening, she held up this onesie someone got her and announced to the whole room, "Let's hope my sister doesn't curse my baby with her bad luck." People laughed. Not everyone, but enough. I felt my face get hot. I saw my mom look uncomfortable, but she didn't say anything. Mark whispered for me to let it go. I excused myself to the bathroom and stared at myself in the mirror for a solid 5 minutes. I was done. When I walked back out, Emma was opening another gift, some fancy baby monitor system. She was going on about how blessed she felt, how everything had fallen into place so perfectly. Then she looked at me and said, "You know, maybe if you stopped stressing about it so much, it would just happen. That's how it worked for me. Totally natural and easy." Something in me just snapped. I didn't yell or cry or make a scene. I just said very calmly, "Well, it's good your ex's genes get to live on, right?" The room went completely silent, like someone had hit a mute button on everything. Emma's smile froze on her face. Derek, who had been standing near the gift table, looked confused at first. Then I watched his expression change as he started putting it together. Emma stammered something like, "What are you talking about?" But her voice was shaking. Derek stood up and asked what I meant. He looked between Emma and me, and I could see him doing the math in his head. Emma tried to play it off. She said I was lying, that I was jealous and trying to ruin her special day. She even laughed, but it came out wrong, desperate. Derek asked her again, louder this time, what I meant about her ex. That's when she broke. She started crying and admitted it, but tried to spin it like the timing had been confusing, like she genuinely thought it could have been Derek's baby. But Derek isn't stupid. He knew exactly when they started dating, knew exactly when she told him she was pregnant. He said, "We'd been together for 3 weeks, Emma. 3 weeks." He grabbed his keys and walked out. Emma ran after him, still crying, begging him to wait. Half the room sat there in shock. The other half started gathering their things to leave. It was chaos. My mom completely lost it on me. She was screaming about how I could do this to my own sister, how I was cruel and vindictive. My dad and a couple of my aunts actually defended me, said Emma had been tormenting me for months and this was on her. People were arguing. Some were leaving. Some were just standing there with their phones out, probably texting everyone they knew. Emma's best friend got in my face before Mark and I left. She said I destroyed Emma's life because I was bitter about my own. Said I should have handled it privately if I was that upset. I didn't respond. I just left. The car ride home was silent. Mark held my hand, but neither of us knew what to say. My phone started blowing up before we even got home. My mom demanding I call her. Texts from Emma that I couldn't even read. Messages from family members on both sides of it. That night I got a voice message from Emma. She was sobbing so hard I could barely understand her, saying I ruined her life, that Derek wasn't answering her calls, that I was dead to her. My mom called and said I needed to fix this, that I owed Emma an apology. I blocked Emma's number and stopped responding to my mom. Some family reached out privately, saying they understood, that Emma had gone too far. But plenty of others made it clear they thought I was the villain here. The next few days were a mess. I found out through my dad that Derek moved out of Emma's apartment. They'd been living together for about 6 months, and he packed up his stuff and went to stay with his brother. Emma apparently tried calling him dozens of times, but he wouldn't answer. Word spread through the family fast. My mom's sisters knew, my cousins knew, everyone had an opinion. The family basically split down the middle. My dad, my Aunt Carol, and my younger cousin were on my side. They said Emma had been cruel for months and got what she deserved. My mom, my grandma, and 2 of my uncles think I went nuclear over some jokes and should have handled it privately if I was really that upset. Emma posted something vague on social media about betrayal and fake family support. I didn't respond, but I got messages from people I haven't talked to in years, some supporting me, others calling me horrible names. Emma's friends were the worst about it. My mom refuses to speak to me unless I apologize first. She keeps saying I ruined Emma's baby shower, that I humiliated her in front of everyone, that I'm going to regret this when Emma needs her family. My dad has tried to play mediator, but he's mostly staying neutral, which honestly feels worse than picking a side. Mark and I have talked about it a lot. He supported me in the moment, but even he's asked if maybe I went too far, if I could have just left the party instead. I've gone back and forth. Some days I feel guilty, like I dropped a bomb on her life over mean comments. Other days, I remember every single jab, every humiliating moment, and I feel like she finally faced consequences for how she treated me. It's been 2 weeks now since the shower. I heard through my dad that Derek is still at his brother's place, trying to figure out what to do about the relationship. Emma moved back in with our parents temporarily. One of Emma's friends let it slip to me that Emma is terrified she's going to lose Derek completely, that he's been asking questions about the timeline and talking to his family about everything. I unblocked Emma yesterday and read through some of her messages. They ranged from angry to devastated to begging me to tell Derek I made it up. I haven't responded to any of them. The thing is, I know what I said was brutal. I know it's going to affect this baby, my future niece or nephew, for the rest of their life. I know I probably destroyed any chance of having a real relationship with my sister again. But after months of her using the most painful thing in my life as a punchline, after being humiliated at a party I spent weeks planning, I just couldn't take it anymore. Part of me feels terrible about how it all went down. Part of me thinks she needed a wake-up call for her cruelty. I honestly don't know if I did the right thing, or if I just became as bad as she was. Some family members have told me Emma needed this reality check, that she was out of control. Others have made it clear I'm the villain in this story. I just found out Derek texted me an hour ago, asking if we can meet for coffee tomorrow. He says he wants to know everything, the whole truth about the timeline and what Emma told me. I haven't answered yet because I don't know what to do. When my stepbrother tried to ruin my wedding, I made sure he'd never forget it. I, 29 Failf, was planning my wedding last year when my stepbrother Jake, 31M, decided to try and destroy it. And honestly, I'm not even surprised. Jake has had this weird jealousy thing with me since our parents got married when I was 14 and he was 16. He's always acted like I stole his spotlight or something, even though I literally just existed. Growing up in a blended family with him was exhausting. Every achievement I had, he found a way to downplay it or make it about himself. I got into my dream college, and he spent the entire dinner talking about how college is overrated anyway. I got promoted at work, and suddenly, he had some story about how his job was so much more stressful. It was constant. But I kept trying because that's what you do with family, right? You try to make it work. So when I got engaged, I thought maybe this could be different. Maybe he'd grown up. I even asked him to be a groomsman because I wanted him to feel included. My fiancé thought I was crazy, but I insisted. I genuinely believed that including him in something this important would help our relationship. Looking back, that was incredibly naive of me. Everything seemed fine at first. Jake acted normal at the engagement party, congratulated us, the whole thing. I actually started to think we'd turned a corner. Then, 3 weeks before the wedding, I got a call from Sarah, a friend of my fiancé's family. She was uncomfortable, but said she needed to tell me something. Apparently, Jake had been telling people at a family gathering that I cheated on someone back in college. Just completely made it up. She said most people didn't believe it, but he was really pushing the story, trying to plant seeds of doubt about my character. I was furious, but tried to stay calm. I called Jake and asked him to meet me for coffee. When I confronted him about it, he barely even tried to deny it. He just shrugged and said he was testing if my fiancé and I were strong enough to handle rumors. Testing us. Like our relationship was some kind of experiment for his entertainment. Then he told me he'd also reached out to my fiancé's ex-girlfriend on social media, telling her that my fiancé was having second thoughts and maybe she should reach out to him. He said this with a smirk on his face, like he was proud of himself. When I asked him why he would do something like that, he said if we were really meant to be together, nothing he did would matter. I wanted to scream at him. I wanted to uninvite him right there and cause a massive scene. But I didn't. I just smiled, told him I'd see him at the wedding, and left. Because right then, sitting across from him, watching him act like sabotaging my wedding was no big deal, I realized something. Jake wasn't going to stop. He wasn't going to apologize. He was going to keep pushing until he ruined everything, and then he'd probably blame me for it somehow. So I decided he wasn't going to get that chance. The next morning, I called the venue. I didn't even know if what I was planning was possible, but I had to try. I explained that we had a family emergency and asked if there was any way to move our date. The coordinator was sympathetic but said they were booked solid for months. I was about to give up when she mentioned that another couple had just canceled their wedding 2 days before our original date. 2 days earlier. It was tight, but it was perfect. My fiancé thought I was insane at first. Moving a wedding with 3 weeks' notice is a logistical nightmare. But when I explained that this was the only way to guarantee Jake wouldn't ruin our day, he understood. We sat down that night and made a list of everyone we absolutely trusted. It wasn't a long list, but those were the people who mattered anyway. We started making calls the next day. Each conversation was basically the same. We'd explain there was a family situation, give them the new date, and make them swear not to post anything on social media or mention it to anyone. Most people were confused but supportive. A few asked if everything was okay with Jake specifically, which told me they'd probably witnessed his behavior before and weren't surprised. The tricky part was figuring out who to keep in the dark. Obviously Jake, but also my mom and stepdad because my mom cannot keep a secret to save her life. We told them the wedding was still on the original date. We also told a few of Jake's friends and some extended family members who we knew would talk. Basically, anyone who might accidentally or intentionally leak information to him. I created a private group chat for everyone who knew the real date. Every update, every detail, every change went through that chat only. It felt like I was planning a covert operation instead of a wedding, but honestly, that's exactly what it was. The hardest part was acting normal around Jake and my mom for those 3 weeks. Jake kept making these little comments about the wedding, clearly pleased with himself. He'd ask if my fiancé's family was excited, and I could tell he was waiting for drama to unfold from his lies. My mom kept pushing for family photos and talking about how beautiful it would be to have everyone together. I just smiled and nodded,
and counted down the days. Then the real wedding day came. 2 days before the date everyone else thought it was. I woke up that morning with this mix of excitement and satisfaction. We got ready, went to the venue, and everything was perfect. The weather was beautiful, the ceremony was emotional, and there was zero drama, just people who actually loved and supported us. My fiancé cried during his vows. My dad gave the best speech. It was everything I wanted. A few people took photos and videos, but we'd asked everyone to hold off posting anything online until we gave the okay. That night, after the reception, my new husband and I went back to our hotel room and just laughed. We'd actually pulled it off. 2 days later, Jake showed up to the venue in his groomsman's suit. He found a completely different wedding happening. I didn't see it myself, but apparently he completely panicked, started calling everyone, and the venue staff had to tell him there was no other wedding scheduled. His mom called my mom, and that's when everything exploded. We gave everyone permission to post photos that evening. Within an hour, our Facebook and Instagram were flooded with pictures from 2 days ago. The timestamps were right there for everyone to see. Jake started blowing up my phone immediately. Angry texts, voicemails, the whole thing. He tried calling my mom, his dad, my husband, anyone who would listen. He was playing the victim hard, posting on social media about being excluded and humiliated by his own family. That lasted about a day before someone shared the screenshots. I'm still not sure who did it first, but suddenly those messages Jake sent were everywhere. The ones to my fiancé's family about me supposedly cheating. The ones to my fiancé's ex, his own words about testing if we were strong enough. People he'd tried to manipulate started commenting on his posts. Public opinion turned against him fast, and he ended up deleting everything. My mom called me crying. She was furious, saying I went too far and that I purposely humiliated him. She kept saying he's my brother and asking how I could do something so cruel. I tried to explain what he'd done, what he'd tried to do to my marriage before it even started. But she just kept saying that 2 wrongs don't make a right. My dad was more understanding, but still wanted everyone to just move on and stop fighting. My stepdad didn't say much to me directly, but I know he was embarrassed by the whole thing. It's been several months now, and Jake still hasn't apologized. At family gatherings, he acts like he's the one who was wronged. Some relatives have taken sides. A few aunts and uncles think I was too harsh. Others have apparently had their own issues with Jake over the years and weren't surprised by any of this. My relationship with my mom is still strained. She keeps saying family is supposed to forgive, but she's not asking Jake to apologize for trying to ruin my wedding in the first place. I go back and forth on whether I handled it right. Some days I think the public humiliation was unnecessary and that I stooped to his level. Other days I remember what he tried to do and figure he got exactly what he deserved. My husband says I protected our wedding day and he has no regrets, which helps. The real test is coming up, though. There's a family holiday gathering next month, and both Jake and I are expected to be there. My mom has been dropping hints about how nice it would be if I apologized to him so we can all move forward. I've told her that's not happening, but I can feel the pressure building. I don't know if this family rift is ever going to heal, and honestly, I'm not sure I even want it to if it means pretending what Jake did was okay. So that's where things stand. I changed my wedding date to exclude my stepbrother after he tried to sabotage my marriage, and now half my family thinks I'm the villain. I still think he earned every bit of what happened to him, but I guess I'm here asking if I really am the asshole in this situation.